Lines are packed. The fans are in the stands. It's game night from the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads.
Hit hard from the backside. It is
the Greater South Shore.
Inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
And the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week and scoreboard updates every 20 minutes, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving.
First down!
Until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on game night.
Sing it with me, Northwest Indiana. Row, row, row your boat gently through the parking lot of your local football stadium because it is raining cats and dogs out there tonight, and you're going to need a schooner to get to the game. This is week 9 of Game Night. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, your waterlogged host for all of tonight's prep football action. Tonight we have Andrew Johnson manning the switches. Steve Schmidt will join us with scoreboard updates, and in studio tonight we've got Wayne Svetanoff. Wayne, how dry were you today?
Oh, I was out golfing this morning. Yeah, there was no rain then. But this is a day that parents, especially mothers, dislike the most. When their kid comes back in with that dripping, jersey and the muddy shoes, and she said, "Don't you shit on the cup." This
right.
But this is fun for the kids. You played in.
I did.
Basketball. We got to go indoors, but when you get out there, the players really like to. I have to temper that. They really do like the rain. They don't like the slush and the,
Sure.
But,
playing in a little bit of mud is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it when I was playing. I remember one game, it was towards the end of the time when Hobart was in the DAC, and it had rained, and the little river back there had flooded a little bit, and there was about 4 inches deep of mud at the Bricky Bowl. And so, it was a low-scoring game, but it was a lot of fun because we were just rolling around. We had to get sprayed off with the hose after the game, and we didn't want to cause a whole lot of issues there on the bus and making messes, but there can be a lot of fun in games like this. It also affects the play pretty harshly as well.
Sure.
So we do have some pretty exciting games today. We have Michigan City at Crown Point. That is our Sacred Dunes game of the week. Michigan City at Crown Point. Crown Point, they're looking pretty tough, but Michigan City, they need some momentum here.
Michigan City is having a quietly successful season.
Right.
They're 5-3 right now.
Yeah.
And, they're sneaky as far as, being – we don't talk about them a lot. We know that Tyler Bush is an outstanding quarterback for them, and Jaden Hart, a Syracuse commitment, is a very good player. But they've played pretty well. Now, the problem is they're playing at Crown Point.
Right.
And, Crown Point 8-0 on the season, they are just really, really good. And do we have a beef of the week?
We do have a beef of the week. It is the Andrean 59ers at the Lowell Red Devils. That's a pretty beefy rivalry there.
Well, the reason I asked you is I have the beef of the night right now.
What's that?
And that is, how can you have a team from Northwest Indiana that is undefeated, beating on people, and be ranked in number 5 in 6A with 3 teams ahead of them that have already lost? The only one ahead of them that hasn't is Brownsburg.
Right.
Okay, so explain where the beef.
Right. So this is the 6A, the supposed heavyweight teams on the of the IHSAA. They're not supposed to lose to anyone.
Right.
And there's an undefeated team who is behind 5 teams that are at least once defeated.
Right.
In their own class. That doesn't jive to me, but you know what? The great part about a tournament is you go out and you prove it.
Right.
But before we get into our sectional talk, and we will highlight all of that because the draw was this past Sunday, we'll get into all of that. We're going to go into a little bit more here for our Sacred Dunes game of the week. I think that Michigan City has a lot to prove here, and even though the Crown Point is a big favorite in this game. I think that maybe some wet turf. The ball's going to be slippery. Weather's a great equalizer. I think that Michigan City has enough skills to put a scare into Crown Point.
Oh, I definitely agree. The problem is one of the biggest nemesis for Michigan City in past years, and maybe this year too a little bit, is turning the ball over. And you don't do that against Crown Point, at least not often, and win the ball game. Crown Point is too fundamentally sound, and they're going to make you pay if you can't hold on to the football.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line. And when the ball's slippery, it's an oblong shape. It bounces in weird ways. This is definitely a circumstance where we are. You never know what can happen. I've seen teams that were just juggernauts on a dry field just slip all over themselves, pun intended, fall all over themselves on a slick field and all of a sudden get upset in a big way. So Crown Point has to be able to run the ball and do what they do, just grind these teams out and continue to just be a superior team in Northwest Indiana. They're one of the best teams in the state. They need to prove it, and they can't have their eyes set on the bye week going into sectionals.
This whole concept that, and coaches preach this all the time. I don't care what sport you're talking about. You can't let a team with this type of potential, Michigan City, stay with you until the fourth quarter. You need to put them away right away. Now, Crown Point's been doing that. All right, but and I'm sure that Coach Bazia has already told them that this is it. This is the week 9. We need to play. We need to be successful to take that momentum into the sectional.
Michigan City has high Division I athletes on their team.
Yes.
They have every opportunity, every ability to be able to take care of this game. So Crown Point's going to be on high guard. So going from there, we're going to go to our beef of the week, which is Andrean at Lowell. This is one of the biggest rivalries in the history of Northwest Indiana. Two of the more historic programs, two of the more successful programs in Northwest Indiana. It's always fun when they get together.
I looked at the schedule at the beginning of the year, and then I look at the records now. And if you would have said, well, this is an even game because Andrean is 3-5, Lowell is 3-5, I would have said, no way.
Right.
So there is some real balance here between the two. Now, the problem is, I think for Lowell, is that Andrean still can score points.
Sure.
And Lowell kind of struggles in that area. They want to ground it out.
Right.
So, okay, as a, former lineman, offensive lineman, does the offense have the advantage or the defense have the advantage in a wet field?
I will say the offense with a caveat. Okay, so initially speaking, the offense knows exactly where you're going. But that being said, that caveat is the ball is slippery. That you can't really throw the ball. So if you're a running offense, you should have the advantage because the defense has to react. So now you can get them off balance. They can slip. They can slide. But then again, when you're running that ball, they're going to start swiping at it, trying to force fumbles, and that could be a problem for a team like Andrean, who is really more of a pass-happy offense. They have an excellent quarterback in Scott Ballantyne. But the problem is, when this weather and that sloppy field in Lowell, the Inferno down there, their field is a natural grass field, and it gets muddy sometimes, and it's definitely a circumstance where it could be an interesting game.
Do coaches like Coach Kilmer and people like that, do they preach all week if they know it's going to be rainy to have drills where you practice punching the ball out and things? And
we did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a smart move for the coaches, right? There's going to be opportunities for turnovers in these games. And we've already mentioned it with Michigan City. They need to tighten up their turnover issues, and Crown Point is going to be looking to get that ball. It's going to be the same here with Lowell. You got to keep in mind that Lowell has been battling with Andre in the last couple of years, and other than last year, I believe, Lowell's hung pretty tight and have won, just as frequently as Andrean has. So tensions are running awfully high in this game, so it could be a real fun one. So looking around, we've got our first on the field segment here. We have our co-host here. We've got Joe Arredondo with a unique on the field segment for us here tonight. Joe's going to be covering 2 games for us tonight. So Joe, what's going on out there? Joe, are you there? Joe?
Hello?
Hey, Joe, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on out there?
Is this Ben?
Yeah.
No, this is
Yeah, this is Ben and Wayne. You're on air. You're on air, Joe.
Sorry, guys. I didn't know. I couldn't tell you were on. They're playing some wacky heavy metal here tonight at Boone Grove to open up the new stadium.
So, Joe, you're going to be covering the Valparaiso game for us tonight, but you're at Boone Grove right now. What's the occasion there?
Obviously, they're opening their new stadium. It's been a long time in the making, and it's pouring. Thank goodness it's not blowing sideways. It's just coming straight down. But I think it's about 75 and sunny for the home team because they've been waiting for this day for a long time and wanted to come out here and see them christen their new field. And not a moment too soon because they did get a favorable draw last week, and they're going to have next week, and they're going to have a highly competitive game with Twin Lakes next Friday in 3A. So this is going to be a good experience for them. I don't know how much Mark Rowland's going to throw tonight because it's not really that conducive for catching the football. But they're taking on a Bishop Knoll team, and they're heavily favored tonight. So I think this is going to be good for them to get a feel for their home field. Get out here. Obviously, they've probably been practicing on it, but at least to get out here and play a game before the sectional starts.
They have 2 very good Newton boys as receivers and stuff, and Boone Grove has some really, really good talent. But you foresee this maybe to be more of a running game out there?
I think tonight, Wayne. They should be able to physically, maybe knock Bishop Knoll around a little bit. So, in case this weather is just as bad next week, you might as well work on the run game and, try to be physical with your O-line. And, because this weather's not real conducive to throwing the football. They know they can throw the football.
Right.
So if the weather's decent next week against Twin Lakes, they're going to be able to do that. But I think tonight they got to work on the run game, work on their run blocking, let a lot of guys play probably, and again, Boone Grove moving from 2A to 3A. That's not the greatest thing in the world for them, but they're growing. I think the fact that they're opening their new field tonight has got to be the big news flash for them because. This has been a long time coming for their school, for their community. It was a pipe dream a few years ago. Everybody was, having to. If people don't know, Boone Grove the last few years has made their schedule around when Valpo is on the road, and they play it at Viking Field in Valpo when Valpo's on the road. And there's even been some times this year when their field hasn't been ready, where they played a home game at South Central. So this is their first home game ever tonight against Bishop Knoll. And, it's been a long time coming, and football's not that old here. It's just been recent years. They started off really good, had a couple of lean years. But, again, a very good team this season. I think with 6-2, just losing to, I think, John Glenn and to Wheeler. So they have had a very successful season. And to get it going here tonight at home and then be ready next week for Twin Lakes is big news for them.
How is the crowd out there, Joe? I mean, this is such
You know what? It's still kind of early, Wayne, and I do think there's a lot of people in the cars, but they've been looking forward to this for a long time this season. It's gotten pushed back a couple of times. They were hoping, I think, the third week of the season that they were going to have the home game initially, and then they put it off for 3 weeks after that against Westside, but then they had to move that game. So there's definitely plenty of people here. But I think a lot of them are probably still in the cars waiting to get closer to game time before they come. But it's going to be a very well-attended game for them, obviously. They've been looking forward to this for a long time. I know the hamburgers smell good, guys. I can tell you that. They're getting ready. I mean, usually you come into a stadium like this, you smell popcorn or hot dogs. No, it was definitely the hamburgers that were ruling the roost tonight. It smells very, very good when I walked in. So,
well, that's the thing. I'm sure that they came out to see the field and to see the famous Joe Arredondo right there on the field with them.
Autographs are to the left.
I don't think not tonight. I did talk to some students. I was trying to get the lowdown on some of the student lady managers on what was the things that delayed the field. And they said that they thought it was the rubber pellets, of course, as we talked about on the air this season. Week. You know, the rubber pellets in these fields, sometimes they're a little wacky when they get put in. And then they also said, I think, that the track might have delayed it at times too, because I believe in the middle of the summer in the heat, you probably aren't supposed to be laying down, track. Because it's got to be a certain temperature. So they said those were the two things that kind of shoved it back a couple of times. But the field looks great. I think there's been a couple schools in our area that when they had these rubber pellets in the past and it rains like this, that they get a lot of puddles all over the place. Right. And I can tell you there are absolutely zero puddles on this field here after this rain all afternoon. So it's going to be a good night for them, field-wise and stadium-wise, because it looks really good. I've been sending Steve Schmidt some pictures so he can tweet them out.
Tweet them out. Excellent.
So folks can see what their new stadium and their new field looks like.
Well, all right, Joe, we thank you for giving us an on the field there from Boone Grove. But before we let you go, how about a quick synopsis of what you're looking forward to see from Valpo hosting Lake Central today, the game you're going to be covering?
Yeah, I've got some insiders on the in the Valpo. But I don't want to give away too much information. But I got some insiders in Valpo, so I'm really looking forward to seeing their backup quarterback.
Right.
Because I heard he's throwing the ball very well, and they may be getting him some playing time. Because in the postseason they may have to throw the ball here a little bit and run it as well. So I want to get some eyes on their backup quarterback for Valpo and see if he plays some tonight, because he's supposed to have a very good arm. So that's what I'm looking for. And then, of course, is Chase Witkowski going to play? Is he healthy? What's Xavier Williams' status for Lake Central? So a lot of questions in that game. I'm going to be hitting it and getting over to that one. And I'll talk to you guys from there.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe. We appreciate the updates. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the day goes on.
All right. We'll see you.
All right. Thank you much. That's Joe Arredondo out there in the elements today. We're going to go from Joe Arredondo to Dr. Reed Amons with an update and on-the-field segment from Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Oh, much like every place else tonight, trying to keep dry here as the game gets started here in a 40 minutes or so, but over at Demery Stadium, actually there's some breakup in the clouds, to the west and to the north, so we're, kind of a light rain right now, so we're hoping that the severe weather stays away tonight, and a couple really nice teams going at it tonight, and some Duneland Athletic Conference finale, as both teams will enter the bye week heading into the tournament coming up here soon, with Chesterton, Drew Valparaiso, and Maryville will take on the Munster Mustangs here in a couple of weeks, so it's kind of a final tune-up for that. And I know Coach Cease is going to have his Pirates ready Tonight is a little bit of a revenge game for the Pirates as they traveled to Chesterton last year with some really playing well going into that game and really get knocked around pretty good, where Chesterton was able to come out with a 35-10 victory a year ago. So I know the Pirates are going to want to build some momentum going into this year's tournament and maybe turn the tides a little bit from what they saw a year ago.
You know, Coach Dr. Reed, I'm really, I'm confused about Chesterton a little bit because they have talent. This Garrett Lewis is one heck of a running back, and really McCormick, the quarterback who took over for Boswell early in the season, has come along. He's gotten better and better, and it just seems that at home, Chesterton can be really nasty. Now, the problem is you have to play on the road also. So what tonight do you think that Maryville is going to be looking for here?
Yeah, certainly, Wayne, you're exactly right. The front seven for the Pirates have been really their strength. Their defensive front seven. That defensive line is probably from top to bottom one of, if not the best unit defensive line in Northwest Indiana. They are tremendous, and if they can control that line of scrimmage, and you're absolutely right, Garrett Lewis has been a workhorse for the Chesterton Trojans since he was about a seventh grader. Where he, if you look over the last 6 years, he has probably had the ball in his hands as a non-quarterback about 80% of the time for any team he's been on for Chesterton over the years. And I've had a chance to watch him as an athlete, football, basketball, and so forth, throughout the years. And he is very, very good. And put him right up with any other athlete in the conference. He can be a handful for any defense. So I think what Coach Cease is going to be looking for tonight is he's going to look to control that line of scrimmage. He's got to get his linebackers to be able to flow to kind of contain Lewis for sure. And McCormick has had some spot play, throughout the years. I know last year he came in and played a little bit of quarterback against the Pirates at the end of the season as well. And so, obviously, his dad is a tremendous football coach and a football person, and certainly knows a lot about high school football for sure. And very successful. His dad Wally is won a state championship as a head coach at Andrean, and has done a tremendous job. So, very knowledgeable young man, understands the game, and can really control his offense. And so it's kind of a two-headed monster for Chesterton, and the Pirates are going to do their best to be able to control those two. And certainly we don't know what the weather is going to do to tonight's game. Right now, like I said, it's just kind of spitting rain. So I would really say that it's not going to be a factor if it kind of sustains this weather pattern. So kind of really looking forward to see how Chesterton can match up with Maryville tonight and see if they can get any kind of movement with their offensive line against this rugged defensive line for the Pirates.
Dr. Reed, where do you see this game going today? I know that Maryville's probably a bit of a favorite here, but weather is a great equalizer.
Yeah, I would say that Maryville's probably a slight favorite tonight. They have played pretty well. Just obviously did not play well against Crown Point, but a 2-point loss against Valparaiso. Really came back last week against Lake Central and played very, very well and really controlled that game. And so they have played well throughout this season. But where Chesterton has struggled a little bit, they've have been very competitive throughout this season, but they really haven't gotten over the hump. And I know that they're going to be looking for some momentum. I think on their side, if they think, hey, if we can compete with Maryville and maybe knock them off, then we've got a really good chance against a Valparaiso team, in 2 weeks, where I think they feel if they're rested and are healthy, Valparaiso really isn't. Could they have an upset against the Vikings here in a couple weeks? But you do not want to kind of lay an egg in your last week going into that and then have 2 weeks to dwell on that. You want to play well, put some really good drives together, defensively play well, and hold the opponent's offense in check. So really, it's with that bye week for 5A and 6A, it really is even that much more important to play well with that time off, because like we've talked about with high school kids, 16, 17, 18 years old, they're going to really concentrate on their last performance. And you're only as good as your last game, and you want that to be a really well-played game, getting ready for your preparation and do a deep tournament run is what you're looking for at this point.
All right, Dr. Reed, one last thing before you go. Anything you want to add, anything you want to, say about this game? It's going to be a big one for Maryville here.
Yeah, really, when you look at the season as a whole, the positioning in the conference is so important, and you want to finish as high as you can. And certainly Maryville, if things went the right way, they could tie for second place if depending on how the Valparaiso game ended up with Lake Central, and that's certainly a super important to these kids, and they want to make sure that they finish the season on a strong note. And Chesterton is feeling the same way. There's a lot of things can go can really ease some of the things that you had to deal with early in the season if you finish the season strongly. Right. And when we look at Valparaiso a year ago, where they finished third in the conference, but they were able to make a deep run and win a state championship in the tournament, and then you forget about getting blown out by Penn, and you forget about losing some conference games, and so really you can make a lot of positive memories here in this very end of the season, and really think back fondly on your for the seniors, your high school career, and and your season as a whole as an underclassman. So it's that momentum building. You want to finish strong, and I know both teams are going to come out and really play really hard tonight.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this day goes on.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. We'll go from Dr. Reed Amons in Maryville to our Beef of the Week, Gary Graven with an on-the-field segment of Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
Well, another rainy night in northwest Indiana. It's been 52 weeks since we had this kind of weather. And if people recall, really the last 2 years in Week 9, we've had these types of games. And Lowell has come out ahead of Andrean both times. I think Lowell is a team that really likes the sloppy conditions. Andrean seems to not have their A game as much in that. We'll see what it is tonight. But we should probably circle back to the elephant in the room, that if I had asked you guys in Week 1 if you would believe that both of these teams would be 3-5 going into Week 9.
No way.
No, I said that earlier in the show here that in fact, almost exactly what you're talking about. I would have never picked Andrean and Lowell to be 3-5 this late in the season.
No, it's incredible. Now, when we talked early in the year, Andrean, obviously, for their 3 non-conference games, played 3 of the better teams in the state. So those were an 0-3 on their schedule. So if you take the non-conference away, they are 3-2 in the conference. But it's still a different sort of situation. Looking at the stats, preparing for this game, you don't see a ton of Andrean and Lowell kids at the top of the stat category. Actually, Scott Ballantyne is the leading rusher for Andrean. Which is a little bit unusual. So it's been a tough year for Andrean to replace a lot of players that they lost from last year's team, especially in the line. They just haven't been able to have that big rushing game yet. Tonight might be the night. My expert weather forecasting, looking at the radar, there's going to be a little lull in the rain here coming up here, maybe for maybe the first hour or so of the game. But it looks like the rain will fill in after that. But for Andrean, they really want to be able to throw the ball with Ballantyne because that is a preferable matchup for them. Lowell is missing their best defender in Malachi James, who's out for the season. Their defensive backs are a little small, so if Andrean can throw, it does lean Andrean's favor. But for Lowell, they're hoping to grind it out in the dirt and the mud here today. They have made changes over the course of the season, younger players stepping into roles. Brody Kolodzinski is the sophomore quarterback. Colton Scott is the main running back. I'm a little curious. We haven't seen much of Owen Thiel in the running back position this year, and he really contributed at the end of last year. Maybe it's something that's being held more for sectionals, but we haven't seen Owen, and I'm curious to see if we're going to see him carry the ball. Or even next week, just like last year, they're going to play Culver Military in their first game, except this year it's going to be at Lowell. Maybe it's something just saving him for the pounding that the sectional will take. But a very interesting game here because the weather really may dictate who's going to win this game.
All right, Gary, anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, other than, like I said, I think we could have a close game here tonight. It's just, again, we'll see who's going to be able to take care of the ball.
Yes, sir. Very important in rainy conditions like it is today. So thank you very much, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
All right, you got it, guys.
All right, thank you much. That is Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrian at Lowell. And before we start getting kicked off, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
For nearly 15 years, you've relied on Lakeshore Public Media to be your trustworthy news source, to cover our region's stories and to report on what matters. But as a nonprofit public broadcaster, your donation today helps ensure we can continue to serve you and the rest of Northwest Indiana with stories that inform and inspire for the next 15 years. Please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and donate today.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Hey, happy Friday, Lakeshore Game Night. Steve Schmidt here, and I have your Week 9 matchups here for Week 9 of high school football season. Hard to believe we're here at the end of the regular season, so let's see where all the teams are matching up tonight. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City's on the road at Crown Point, and the story here, Crown Point is looking for their second consecutive undefeated regular season. Moving on now to the beef of the week, Andrian travels to Lowell. This is always a good matchup, especially in this type of weather. This will be a fun one to keep track of. Taking a look here at the rest of the Duneland Conference, all 7 o'clock kickoffs here. Chesterton is on the road at Maryville. Lake Central is on the road at Valpo, and Portage travels to LaPorte. Take a look here now at the rest of the Northwest Crossroads Conference, all also 7 o'clock kicks. Hammond Central travels to Hanover Central. Highland travels to Hobart, and Munster is on the road at Kankakee Valley. Greater South Shore matchups here. These are all also 7 o'clock kickoffs. Calumet is on the road at Westside. Griffith travels to Wheeler. Bishop Knoll travels to Boone Grove to open up their first game on their new home turf. Lake Station's on the road at River Forest, and South Central is on the road at Whiting to close out Greater South Shore. Great Lakes Conference here. We do have one game, but this was actually played last night. It's a final. Morton takes down East Chicago Central 46-2. And the extra games that we're going to be covering are kicking off right now. 6:30 kicks, and Bowman is on the road at Benton Central, and Tipton is traveling to Rensselaer. Week 9 coverage of Lakeshore Game Night is coming up after this break.
From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the Blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the Blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the Blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
Can I hear your Italian accent?
Well, see, if I'm going to do a real Italian accent, I am going to break all the levels in this mic because Italians around me they're not afraid to get loud. You know, it's like a jolt of cappuccino.
I'm Brittany Luce. Why bad accents actually make a movie better. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
So one day, when I was about 10 years old, we had been playing basketball outside. My brothers were comparing the size of their biceps. And I said, look at me, I have big biceps too. And one of my brothers turned to me and said, who told you girls with muscles are beautiful?
Join us for more true stories told live. This week, muscles, welding, and mountain climbing. Stories about young women. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Some of them are worthless. Some have infinite value. And some you'll never know how much they are worth until you have to cash them in. On the next Snap Judgment, we proudly present The Promise. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
The new Black Panther sequel, Wakanda Forever, is dominating at the global box office.
Without the Black Panther, Wakanda will fall.
Join us next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge for a literary take on Black superheroes, African myths, and the politics of African futurism.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
This is Todd from New Jersey. I listen to Bullseye with Jesse Thorne because I love his enthusiasm.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Maria Bamford, the terrific stand-up comic, talks about her new memoir, Sure, I'll Join Your Cult, plus Joe Madden, former manager of the Rays, Cubs, and Angels. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff, and it is everyone's favorite time of the week. It is Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
All right, Wayne, what do you got?
Let's start with the little five here. Number 5 is River Forest. They are 5-3, and there are a couple of games that they lost that they probably would love to go back and do that one over. But they've got a good quarterback, and they have had a good season.
And they started off really hot,
yes,
and they kind of lost a few as the season's gone on, but they're still an awfully good team.
Right. Number 4 is North Judson, and they're 4-4. And if anybody has surprised me, it's Judson. Usually Judson's undefeated by this time.
Right.
Now they did defeat LaVille, and LaVille right now is 7-1. But it's just not the same Judson as in the past, and but they're still pretty good.
Oh, sure, Wayne. There's been times where North Judson has pulled into your top 10.
That's right,
not just a little 5. So a little bit of down year, but they're still a really good program.
Right. And Wheeler is number 3, 5-3 on the season. I really like what they're doing over there at Wheeler, and they're coming on strong. Number 2 is West Central. West Central is 7-1, and you look at this and you say, I've heard somebody even say West Central is going to run the table and be undefeated. Well, they stumbled.
Sure.
Okay, to I believe a really, really good Pioneer team, but they are dynamic and they have a real chance of winning that sectional. And the number 1 for Little 5 is Boone Grove. 6-2.
I can't really argue with that right there. Just for a recap, you've got River Forest at number 5, North Judson at number 4, Wheeler at number 3, West Central at number 2, and the Boone Grove Wolves at number 1 in the Little 5, who are opening up their brand new stadium. Hallelujah. It's about time.
Yes.
I have been pulling for that community. Some of my best friends on earth are Boone Grove alums, and they were so excited that this was going to happen. They were in town. They didn't have an opportunity to go to the game because it got delayed. It got pushed back, so they were a little disappointed, but they'll have every opportunity to come to maybe next season or something like that when they're in town. This community really needed that stadium, and I'm really, really happy for them.
And they are so proud of it that they even invited Joe Arredondo out of the booth here over there to, look at that field and maybe call a little bit of the game there. That's really great. They're doing a great job at Boone Grove right now,
and good for them. A growing community. Like I said, I know many people from Boone Grove. Our vice president of radio here, Tom Maloney, we joke every week is a Boone Grove alum and a hardcore fan of theirs, and he's proud and couldn't be happier about the progress they've made. So good for Boone Grove, and hopefully they have a successful future in their football program.
And right now, they have probably, maybe questionable, but probably the best quarterback in Northwest Indiana.
Yeah, look at the statistics. How many passing yards does he have right now? I think you got it in front of you, Wayne.
Yeah, this is Mark Rowland we're talking about, and he is just amazing as a passer. He's number 1. He has already thrown for 2,063 yards. And 25 touchdowns.
Wow.
I think we're going to need him tomorrow at Notre Dame in South Bend if he can play, boy. I'm telling you, this young man is just dazzled.
That's great. That's great. Anytime you see a tremendous performance from a school, at Boone Grove with a relatively young program, but making his mark on Northwest Indiana and the state and even the nation right now, that's really impressive. So let's go ahead. Let's move on to the top 10. Wayne, what do you got?
New person in the top 10, new team in the top 10. Number 10 is Kankakee Valley. They have kind of come on. Boy, I bet you.
Yeah, Steve's got something to say here. Steve, what do you got?
Well, all people in northern Jasper County rejoice because we sit on the edge of our seats and wait for this top 10 every week. And represented this week finally.
Yes, well, they deserve it. They really have come on. This is a great program. They're coming. I mean, they're really coming right now. And
Kirk Kennedy is their coach. He is an excellent. He's won a state title, folks.
Yes.
And that area, those communities down there, the Wheatfield, DeMott area, that whole area, there's a lot of talent there. I think he could be building a juggernaut there.
I really do too. And it takes a coach. I don't care how good you are. It takes a coach a little bit of time to install his style.
Right.
You look at Craig Bazia. The first year they were okay.
Yeah.
Now they're just killing everyone. Kennedy has that attitude.
I agree.
mean, he's really improved that program. At number 9 is Hammond Central. I'm sorry. They're 5-3.
Sure, yeah.
Now they started out really well.
Yes.
Lately they stumbled a little bit. In fact, they ran into that southern border wall by Morton.
Right.
That they were. Oh my God! Did Morton ever do a number?
Right.
But they bounced back, and they are 5-3, and they are still in the top 10. Number 9. Number 8 is another surprise for me, and that's Westside.
Sure.
They always have, pretty good talent. They'll have a good offensive lineman.
Right. Yeah.
They can have a halfback that goes to Division I, school. But they are 5-3, and they have really played really well right now.
Sure.
Number 7 is Michigan City. We've talked a little bit about them. 5-3, kind of a sneaky 5-3. When you lose your 2 coaches, when you lose Phil Mason and then you lose Roy Richards, from the program, and you bring somebody else in, Coach French has really done a nice job of keeping them on track. Number 6, we don't get to talk about and see this, team very much, but the Knox is just all you have to do. If you know high school football in Indiana, in Northwest Indiana, and you say, who's the coach Knox? And you say Russ Radke, they go, oh yeah, he's good.
He has won everywhere he's gone.
Yes,
he was at Griffith, right?
Yep.
And then he went to New Prairie.
Yes,
and then he went to Knox. He has just been killing it everywhere he goes. He's one of the best coaches in Indiana right now.
He is. Number 5 is Hobart. And Hobart is they are 6-2 right now, and they had a new quarterback this year, Johnny Sorensen. He's done an excellent job. Willie Shear is a really excellent back, but you look at the players there, and the first thing that jumps out at me, Shears has a lot of scores. Sorensen's getting open, throwing and running the ball. Who's helping him with that offensive line for Hobart is excellent.
They're tough. Hobart's a really good team.
Yeah.
I have some coworkers of mine who are really, really closely involved with the Hobart Bricky football team, and they are really excited about this team, and they have a very tough draw in their sectional, but Hobart absolutely deserving of the number 5 ranking right now.
Number 4 is Maryville, and Maryville is 6-2. They've played good ball, and so many times as a coach, you hear the parents say, oh my God, like Central has all this talent. Oh my God, Maryville has all this talent. They should be winning all the time. It takes a good coach to kind of rope in that talent and make a cohesive unit.
Right.
That's just not talent. It's kids playing together, and that's a good coaching staff. And I'll tell you, Coach Cease has come to Maryville, and he's really done a great job.
I agree. A football team is a puzzle. You got to find the right person to put that puzzle together, and Cease has done an excellent job there.
And Coach Marshall, his team is number 3, state champions last year. He's number 3 at 6-2. His 2 losses were first of all, Penn.
Yeah.
That's a small college that he's playing.
Right.
And then you got Crown Point in that same category.
Same category, right.
So when people say, well, dang it, Valparaiso's 6-2, they're going to be out of it this year. Are you kidding me? No way. What were they last year? They had
3 losses.
3 last year.
So because they lost to Maryville as well. So keep this in mind, folks. You need to have some good luck here and there to advance downstate, but that's not what Valparaiso is. Now, they had some lucky moments. Every team has those lucky moments when they advance downstate, but here's the bottom line. They are good, and they have been beating just about everyone on their slate this year, except for the 2 teams that they would never see in the postseason for the next foreseeable future.
Right. Number 2 is Hanover Central, and you want to talk about the story of the year.
Yeah, no kidding.
This is it right here. All the naysayers, they'll come, they'll be at that crossroads, and they'll get beat up, and they'll blah, blah, blah. It's not happening. They are undefeated, 8-0. They have a chance to outright win the crossroads championship. And they have what all teams would love to have. I don't care what, 6'8", 5'8", doesn't matter. They've got a quarterback that is outstanding in Matt Coons. They've got a running back, is Caden Verrett. He's defensively and offensively an outstanding player. And they've got a defense with Colin Foy, which he doesn't get much, props here because he plays defense. But this guy is a monster.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
This team could do damage in the sectional
Absolutely.
regional. And finally, our number 1 team, Who else? Crown Point Bulldogs, 8-0. And you're talking about, and we've talked about it all season long, you bring in a Coach Bazia who is a winner and a champion at Portage. Then he moves, to Michigan City. Mm-hmm. Then he goes across the state line, takes Homewood Flossmoor, a big school, and downstate. Mm-hmm. And then he comes back to a sleeping giant, or a sleeping bulldog, whatever you want to say. But he has awakened that community.
Yes, he has. So just to recap here for our radio listening audience, for number 10, we have Kankakee Valley, finally making their debut in the top 10, according to Steve Schmidt. Huge Kankakee Valley guy there. Number 9, we've got Hammond Central. Number 8, we've got Westside. Number 7, we've got Michigan City. Number 6, we have Knox. Number 5, we have Hobart. Number 4, we have Maryville. Number 3, we have Valparaiso. Number 2, we have Hanover Central. And number 1, the Crown Point Bulldogs. Where they belong.
Everybody, excuse me, but for everybody that's listening that is named Gary Graben, Wayne is always right.
Wayne is always right. Wayne, I am going to support whomever says they're always right in front of me, because I have a show to run here, and dissension is never a good thing when you're running a show. So Wayne is always right. So we have our players of the week this week, and there was some excellent performances last week. I want to start off with Hanover Central, our number 2 team. We had an excellent performance from Matt Kuntz.
5 touchdowns, but it wasn't all passes. He had 3 touchdown passes, but he also ran the ball. He had 3 rushing touchdowns and 2 touchdown passes, and this was against Andrean.
Sure.
That's a big deal.
A big deal. The team that at the beginning of the season everyone was saying, "Oh, Andrean will take care of them," and then as the season was going, well, at least Andrean's still on the schedule, and Hanover keeps winning. No, Hanover's good, and Matt Kuntz is one of those reasons, and he did it against a state runner-up.
And we're going to drop down to Matt Rowland here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. And Boone Grove, he had 4 touchdowns of 258 total yards. 258 total yards. Versus Lake Station. This guy, if small Division I aren't looking at him, I don't know what that's not seeing. But the problem is for teams, Corey Noonan and his brother. But Corey had a pick 6 against Lake Station. You always like those pick 6s. You know?
Give the defense some shine here. They are out there, busting a sweat like the rest of us, and they deserve a little bit of the recognition as well.
Willie Scherer from
Hobart.
Hobart.
He had 4 touchdowns?
4 touchdowns versus Morton, and Morton's defense was pretty good. I mean, you're looking at this young man. And, in fact, Jason Hill had, talked about Scherer is just a very astute runner. He hits those holes, and he's got quickness.
Sure.
Jason was really praising him.
All right, another individual from Hobart is Xander Langford.
30-yard field goal. I like those kickers this time of year. If you've got a good kicker, that is outstanding.
When I was playing, our kicker, Carl Joya, won us multiple games. You remember him? Of course you do. You're a Notre Dame guy. Excellent human being, a really good buddy, a really nice human, but he was also an excellent kicker, and so the kicker can always save your rear end in high school football. We also have Dontel Harris from Morton.
Hobart obviously beat them, but Harris had a great game. 4 touchdowns against Hobart. He's quick. He reads well. He's a quarterback, but he looks like a halfback.
Sure. We also have Dante Pope from Maryville.
He had 3 touchdowns against Lake Central, and Pope can throw it, but he can also run it, and he likes to run that option. He did a nice job against Lake Central.
And before we name our player of the week, we have one more, Jaden Hart from Michigan City.
Syracuse recruit. Jason had 2 touchdowns against LaPorte, and Michigan City has a big one tonight.
Oh yeah, playing Crown Point for sure. So before we name our player of the week, our Chuck DeMoss player of the week, I want to highlight what we have here already. We have Matt Kuntz with 5 touchdowns. We've got Mark Rowland with 4 touchdowns. We've got multiple defensive scores. We've got Willie Shear with 4 touchdowns. We've got Dontel Harris with 4 touchdowns. We've got Dante Pope with 3 touchdowns, and Jaden Hart with Michigan City with 2 touchdowns. Now, this individual did not have the most touchdowns, but it's how he did it, which is the story. This is Lane Zander from Kankakee Valley.
This young man has just come on. Boy, I'll tell you, it has to be Steve Schmidt's influence on him.
Has to be.
But Lane has just been really outstanding. He had 4 touchdowns. One of them was a punt return, so he's on the special teams. 3 were rushing against Highland. And, this is the reason, one of the reasons that KV has made a turn to the right track right now is this Zander kid.
So Lane Zander, Steve has given us a little bit of highlights about this individual. And if you listened to us last week, we did interview this young man, and he was an excellent interview. Obviously, a very studious player, an individual who really is concentrating and working hard. But he is an individual who is not the tallest on earth, but he is one of the fastest. Steve, did you want to say add something to that?
I mean, he's just like you just said. He's not the biggest guy in the field, but he's one of the fastest players on the field. He can basically do whatever he wants, and he's just one of the better players in the region. I think that isn't talked about enough.
Sure. And yeah, they're saying that he's got his eyes set on some Division I schools, maybe as a preferred walk-on or a walk-on type scenario. I don't want to name any names of those schools, but definitely he's caught the attention of some big schools with his ability to return the ball, particularly.
Yeah, and that's fantastic.
Oh, absolutely.
He wants to play it at a Division I school.
Sure.
And he has the time. I don't care if he's 5'9" or not.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to be playing quarterback.
No.
So if he gets into a good school that has big linemen, he just
protects
gets behind that line.
Yeah.
He hides himself.
Yeah, for sure. But the bottom line is, skill set is what is showing here. This young man has worked for what he's done this year, and he wasn't gifted to be 6'5" and 300 pounds of pure muscle and running a 4.4 40. But you know what he is? He's got that heart, he's got that determination, and he seems like a very good kid as well. So Lane Zander from Kankakee Valley, congratulations on being Week 7's Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. Or Week 8, I apologize. Week 8, Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. So Wayne, we're going to go here on a break in just a couple minutes. After that, we'll highlight some of the other games that are going around in Northwest Indiana. What are you looking forward to this night? What are you thinking is the important thing as a coach to make sure that their team is focused leading into the postseason?
Number 1 is coming out injury-free.
Okay.
And I don't mean you sit all your starters. I'd never do that. But you just hope that you don't have an injury to a star player that could, make it difficult for you in the sectional. Right. That's number 1. But number 2, all coaches want that victory before sectional. That's the momentum that you take into sectional. Your kids have to believe. I don't care if your record is 1-7 or 1-8 and you're going to the sectional. If you can get that victory over a team that maybe is a little better than you during the season, that, just adds to the enthusiasm for your program because you ended on a good note.
Yeah, well, what happened with Andrean last year? They started 0-3 or 1-3 or whatever it was because they were playing some really tough competition. Right. And where did they end up? They ended up in a tight game in the state finals, which unfortunately for them they didn't quite win. But the bottom line is it's not about how you started; it's about how that momentum builds and how you moved at the end of the season. There's a lot of opportunity here for a lot of teams to really highlight and be successful.
And Lowell has done that year after year after year. They're constantly starting slow and then building and building and building. And I think that that's really important. it's nice to be 3-0, 4-0 at the beginning of the season, but if you're not playing the right competition, or you have some injuries that you have no control over, that could turn very quickly.
Sure. Well, and also keep in mind that the regular season record, it's nice for conference championships. It's nice to be able to say, hey, we had an undefeated regular season and all that stuff. But the bottom line is, and we were chatting about this before the show even started, the sectionals and regionals and semi-state and state, it's not seeded.
Right.
The regular season matters to a certain extent because you've got your rivalries, you've got all those things. But the bottom line is you are playing for the tournament, and that's what really matters.
That's right.
Well, all right. Before we kick off, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and I have your Week 9 news and notes heading into these kickoffs. All 7 o'clock kicks with the exception of 2, which are currently underway, but we'll get to that here later on in this update. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City on the road at Crown Point. Last week, Michigan City shut out LaPorte 35-0, and Crown Point is looking for their second consecutive undefeated regular season. Last season's meeting was all Crown Point, as they defeated the Wolves 38-3. This week's beef of the week is Andrean at Lowell. Last week, Andrean fell to Hanover 33-9, and Lowell defeated Munster 56-28. Andrean holds a 16-11 record in the series, but Lowell has won the last 2. Let's transition back now to the Duneland Conference. Take a look at the rest of these matchups here as Chesterton travels to Maryville last week, or Chesterton's defense rather, allows an average of 20 points per game, and Maryville has secured their 6th consecutive winning season. Chesterton dominated the meeting last season against Maryville, winning 35-10. Lake Central's on the road at Valpo. In this one, Lake Central's looking for their first over 500 record since the 2015 season, and Valpo locked up their 9th straight over 500 season. In last season's meeting, it was all Valpo, 21-14. Portage is on the road at LaPorte tonight. Last week, Portage fell to Valpo 42-6, and LaPorte has dropped 7 straight after their Week 1 victory. Portage holds a 25-11 record in the series. Let's take a look here now at the Northwest Crossroads remaining matchups here. Hammond Central takes on Hanover Central tonight at the Wildcat Den. Hammond Central defeated East Chicago Central last week 44-6, and Hanover Central locked up their first Northwest Crossroads title and enter this matchup 8-0 on the season. This will be the first meeting between the two schools. Highland is on the road at Hobart tonight. Last week, Highland fell to KV 49-12, and Hobart defeated Morton 65-38. Hobart has never lost to the Trojans, owning a 25-0 record. Munster on the road at Kinky Valley last week. Munster fell to Lowell 56-28, and KV picked up Coach Kirk Kennedy's 200th career victory with their win over Highland. KV has won 4 straight against the Mustangs. Take a look now here at the Greater South Shore meetings, all 7 o'clock kicks. Calumet travels to Westside last week. Calumet picked up a big win over Griffith 26-15, and Westside defeated Bishop Knoll 68-8. Calumet has won both meetings in this series. Griffith travels to Wheeler tonight. Last week, Griffith dropped a tough one to Calumet 26-15, and Wheeler has won 5 straight after an 0-3 start. Griffith won the meeting last year 35-15. Bishop Knoll on the road at Boone Grove last week. Bishop Knoll fell to Westside 68-8, and Boone Grove's offense averages 42 points per game, while their defense only allows 15 points per game. Last season's meeting was all Boone Grove, 45-0. Lake Station travels to River Forest tonight. Lake Station fell to Boone Grove last week 63-6, and River Forest has been one of the streakier teams this year. They started out 3-0, then they dropped 3 straight, and now they enter winners of 2 in a row. The all-time record has been a close one in this series, but River Forest holds a slight 19-17 record. South Central travels to Whiting tonight. South Central fell to River Forest 29-8 last week, and Whiting dropped one to Wheeler 35-0. Whiting sports a 20-8 record in this series. Our first final of the Week 9 festivities here. Morton takes down East Chicago Central last night 46-2. And the 2 games that we have kicked off right now at 6:30 were Bowman at Benton Central and Tipton on the road at Rensselaer. The Week 9 kickoff coverage is coming up here after this break.
Here's how neuroscientist Kimberly Noble explains her research to her own child.
We are trying to understand if helping kids' families by giving them more money is going to make it easier for them to do well in school and in life.
Ideas on healthy brain development at every stage of life. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
On the next Radio Lab.
It was only with the advent of words, with the illusion that he could name the whole world, every last corner of it labeled unknown, that the unknown became the enemy, became a threat.
What do our words take from us?
After all these years looking closely at words, I've come to mistrust them.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Nicole Chase went to the police to report a sex crime.
So my whole life has been flipped upside down.
Then a detective starts to question her as if she's the suspect.
Not in a million years would I have thought I was going to get a phone call telling me that I had a warrant out for my arrest.
Switching the case on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM.
Elena Kostyuchenko recalls the moment she realized she was being lied to by Russian state media.
I read Anna Politkovskaya's article about cleansing of Chechen village by Russian soldiers. I was shocked because it appeared that television lied to me.
Her memoir, I Love Russia, and all the latest news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Andrea Ambam. This week on Our Body Politic, Prairie Rose Seminole on the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and how Native families are pushing for change.
There is hope because we've taken it into our own hands. We've collected ourselves as a community to do our searches, to really put pressure on law enforcement.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Some of them are worthless. Some have infinite value. And some you'll never know how much they are worth until you have to cash them in. On the next Snap Judgment, we proudly present The Promise. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff here in studio, and we have a huge slate of games that are just getting kicked off right now, and a whole bunch that we're going to be at least mentioning, scoreboard updates. Some of these we have covered, and we're going to go ahead and start with one of them, which is Hammond Central at Hanover Central. What do you think about that one, Coach?
Early in the season, I would have said, boy, this could be the matchup of the week.
Right, yeah.
But right now, Hanover has run into a little bit of tougher defenses and stuff.
Sure.
And Hanover Central has just been rolling. So this one is at Hanover Central.
Right.
I really think that, it's going to be tough for Hammond Central be on the road here.
Yeah, in fairness, Hanover, we've said in the past, they're a pass-happy offense. No. They're just a good offense.
Yes.
And Hammond Central, they started off hot. They've kind of slowed down a little bit. I think Hanover's got this one in pretty good shape here, especially being at home. Also, we have Chesterton at Maryville, which Dr. Reed Amons is going to be covering for us. That's going to be a fun one. But we actually do have a caller calling in. We're getting the information here coming in on our phone lines. And we have Russell Broadhacker with an update from Portage at LaPorte. Russell, how you doing out there? Long time no speak.
And still no speak.
Russell, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here hiding underneath an umbrella, staying dry.
Long time no speak, Russell. How's it going out there?
Things are going well. We're off to a pretty banging start. Slicers took the opening kickoff because Portage deferred to the second half, and Slicers capitalized on that. That was Kelly Hay taking it 75 yards to the house on the opening kickoff.
Wow. Starting fast. So who was that again?
That is Kelly Hay, number 4 for LaPorte.
Is that Hay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kelly Hay. Kellilihayy.
Hay. Thank you.
Wow, that's an incredible start to this game. So, Russell, was that play more of a breakdown by Portage, or was it just an excellent play by Mr. Hayes there?
What I saw, it was just he read the field really well. They were favoring off to the right, but special teams for LaPorte really just picked up their assignments, gave him a huge gap to the right, and he basically just ran the home sideline all the way to the house.
Wow.
So great wheels on him. He only had one guy to beat, being the kicker, and he got around that edge and took it. So fantastic run by him.
Is that Hayes or Hay?
Hay.
Hay. Okay. We'll give him.
Yeah, we got to make sure we say this right. So, all right. Well, thank you very much, Russell. We appreciate it. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 6-0 LaPorte with 9:50 left to go in the first quarter.
All right. Thank you, Russell. Appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you as that game started off awfully quickly. All right, we'll go from Russell Broadacre to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Chesterton got the first possession of the game, but they went 3 and out. The Maryville defense did a great job of stopping the offense of the Trojans, and then Maryville took over from their own 41-yard line after a couple nice runs and a couple completions by quarterback Dante Pope. Trey Stevens took a handoff from the 31-yard line and ran it all the way in for the Pirates. The extra point was good. Very nice job by the holder on that one, fielding a long snap that was a little difficult to handle, but got it down. The extra point was good. That put the Pirates up 7-0. There's 7 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Chesterton does have the ball. They're starting to move it down the field. They're down to the Pirate 35-yard line, but there's 6:59 to go here in quarter number 1. Maryville 7, Chesterton 0.
Dr. Reed, how is Chesterton moving it? Is it on the ground or passing, or how are they doing that?
Yeah, in that opening drive, they actually threw the ball 2 out of the 3 times. One was about a 4-yard completion, and the other one fell incomplete. And the one run went for no yards. But here on the second drive, they have been able to run the ball on the ground quite well here. Their kickoff return went out to about the 35-yard line, so they had fairly decent field position. But they've been able to run the ball 3 straight times here for about 30 yards total. And right now they're moving the ball inside the 30-yard line of the Pirates. They have the ball second and about 3 from actually down to the 29-yard line, it looks like, of Maryville. So there's 6:10 to go here in quarter number 1. Chesterton is starting to move the ball, but trailing 7-0 against the Maryville Pirates.
All right. Thank you much, Dr. Reed. Looks like that game got off to a quick start as well. We appreciate your update.
You bet, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. So we're going to leave off where we, or pick up where we left off, we were just talking about the Chesterton at Maryville game, but our Sacred Dunes game of the week is Michigan City at Crown Point. That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about this a little bit. Michigan City, if they can control the turnovers and fumbles and penalties and stay in the game late,
right,
then they could have that upset. But Crown Point is not going to let that happen if they can stop it.
Well, of course they want to avoid an upset at all costs, but I definitely think Crown Point, if they do what they do best, they're going to take care of this game. We've got Highland at Hobart, the battle of the H teams.
Yes.
That's what I've been using all season here is one H land to another H land. So this game, Hobart's an awfully tough team right now. They're really getting their groove. Highland needs a little bit of positive momentum themselves.
Yeah, they struggled early in the season. They need some, you're right, positivity to get into the before sectional. But it just looks like Hobart's offense with Sorensen and Shearer and Caldwell might cause trouble for Highland because they like to throw it, but they can't. Hobart likes to throw it, but they can run the ball.
Sure. That's in these weather conditions, we can literally, if I take my earphones off, so anybody watching at home, when I take my headphones off, I can hear the rain on the roof. So that's how heavy this rain is right now. So it's definitely a circumstance where these rushing offenses are going to have to really carry their weight for sure. And we also have our beef of the week, Andrean at Lowell. Lowell loves this sloppy weather.
Yeah, they really do. And if they can get off, if Lowell can, if they're at home, if they can score first,
right,
and then, run the ball, Andrean could be in a tough situation. But I think the experience of Andrean, especially with Scotty Ballantyne, I think that just may be too much for Lowell.
Yeah, it very well could be. It's gonna be interesting to see how that one fleshes out. I know we do have a caller coming in. We'll see who it is here in a sec. But yeah, a lot of these games are getting these very quick starts, and it appears that another quick start here is Joe Arredondo giving us an update from Lake Central at Valparaiso. Joe, what's going on in Valpo?
All right, 3 and out for LC, and no sign of Chase Butkowski. I haven't been able to see if he's on the sideline or dressed or not, but it was the sophomore quarterback that went 3 and out, Cameron Red, here on the first drive for Lake Central. Then Valpo got it and went 65 yards, totally on the ground, nothing in the air, and despite a holding penalty inside the 20-yard line where Thomas Berta got into inside the 5, it was moved back, and they had 1st and 20. They still ran it in.
Wow.
Berta going 4 yards for the touchdown.
So Joe,
was good, and it's 7-0 Valpo. I'm in the kickers. I'm in the snapper's way here, guys. He was trying to snap into the tent. And I'm standing right in his way. So 8:03 to go, first quarter, 7-0 Vikes.
All right, Joe. I did have a question for you here. Is the weather that much of a factor out there right now? Because you said that Valparaiso was on the ground.
Yeah, it's raining a little. It's drizzling, but it's nothing like it was earlier. It's just the wind has picked up.
Okay.
It's not raining as hard, but but Clark was running the ball on the option, and then Berta was running the ball, and Lake Central's going to have to load up.
Sure.
They have to get 8 or 9 in the box if they're going to stop this, because that was just too easy for Valpo to run down the field Valpo did an outstanding job of blocking, even with, odd man situations in there in the box. And, it was too easy. The defense is going to have to make some kind of adjustment. You're going to have to pick your poison and try to see if Justin Clark can throw the ball tonight. But, it's tough. It's tough for LC. That first drive of Valpo had no problem going down the field running the football.
Joe, is Xavier Williams playing for?
No. You know what, Wayne? I think he was out with the players as a captain. I believe that was him. These guys are all wrapped up, so you can't see their jersey. So this is not how we all envisioned it, with Xavier Williams in street clothes and Travis Davis in street clothes.
Yeah.
And Travis obviously had surgery recently, so he's on the crutches. But I'll say this: Xavier Williams trotted out there for the coin toss and trotted back, and he's showing no visible sign of not being able to play. I don't know what the injury is or what it is. But he trotted out to the coin toss and he trotted back in off the field. So he looks good. I mean, maybe they're holding him out a couple more weeks. Obviously with the off week next week and then Portage for LC. Maybe they're holding him out, going to let him play in a couple weeks. But obviously they're not playing for a lot tonight. It's just maybe a winning record. But I did get Coach Good just came. I love when the coaches do this. Coach Good just came over during the middle of the game and said hi.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I haven't seen you in a while.
All right, Joe, one more time. What is that score and time update, please?
All right, 6:55 to go, first quarter. It is 7-0 Valpo. LC's got the ball on their second possession, just threw a pass for a short gain. And now they're going to have to punt. 4th and 1, but on their 35-yard line. LC's going to have to punt. So Valpo went 65 yards, all running for the touchdown, and they lead 7-0.
All right, thank you much, Joe. We appreciate the update. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We will have an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week after the break. This is Ben Kolodzinski for Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Lakeshore Public Media has officially been equipped with a new and improved radio antenna. If you can hear us, we want to hear from you. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback and let us know how the signal is in your neck of the woods.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. I have a couple scores rolling in here to the 89.1 FM studio, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Crown Point. Larry Ellison gets the scoring started for the Bulldogs from 1 yard out. They lead 7-0. Chesterton on the road at Maryville. Maryville takes a 7-0 lead behind a Trey Stevens 1 yard touchdown run. Valpo goes up over Lake Central tonight at home on Thomas Berda's touchdown run, puts the Vikings up 7-0. Portage at LaPorte, first quarter, the opening kickoff was returned by Kelly Hay, 75 yards for the Slicers. They are up 6-0. Hanover Central takes an early lead over Hammond Central. They lead in the first quarter 7-0. Munster at Kankakee Valley in the first quarter. Munster strikes first. They lead 7-0 behind a Daniel Asgadon 1-yard touchdown run. Bishop Knoll at Boone Grove. Boone Grove takes a 7-0 lead on a 19-yard touchdown pass from Mark Rowland to Tyler Torberson. On that play, Mark Rowland broke his own school record for passing yards in a season and touchdowns in a season. Lake Station at River Forest in the first quarter. River Forest with a 14-0 lead. Carlos Villagomez with a 64-yard touchdown run. Aiden Silver had a 41-yard touchdown run. And finally here, the first final of the night was actually done last night. Morton takes down East Chicago Central on the road 46-2. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff, and we still have a lot of action already hitting the lines here. We've got Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Crown Point. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how's it going? Coming to you from Crown Point High School Football Stadium, where it is less than ideal conditions for a football game. Filling in for Ryan Welsh, who's on the air for the Dog Radio tonight. We had an early score after Michigan City flubbed the opening kickoff. They took over for their first possession at the 10-yard line. Oof. And quickly got to 3rd and 10, decided to go on a deep route, made the catcher on the 45-yard line, and then fumbled it.
Oh.
Crown Point picked it up, had a short field, worked down the field pretty quickly, got about the 20-yard line. Noah Ehrlich threw a pass to Jake Sully, which was a caught reception, but then Michigan City was called for too many men on the field. Put the ball at the 1-yard line. Larry Ellison ran it in. It is 7-0, just under 3 minutes in the first quarter. Dogs here at Crown Point Stadium.
So basically, we had talked about in the pregame that one of the things that Michigan City had to do is not fumble the ball. And obviously that's exactly what they've done.
Well, but it's less than ideal conditions. I'm standing up in the box right now as we talk, and it looks like it's a snowstorm when you look at the lights, the way the rain's coming down. And it's not that it's super cold out tonight, but the conditions to hold on to the ball are just not in the players' favor. However, you could say that, and then both teams come out throwing the ball deep. So, Noah Ehrlich's pass was a 20-yard slant early in their first possession, and they caught it. And Michigan City, on their first possession, threw the ball 40 yards, and they made the reception. But then trying to hold on to that ball while you got guys knocking it, punching at it, trying to make a tackle, it's going to come out a lot easier tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Chris, one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
7-0 with 1:34 left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much. That is Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Crown Point. We're going to go from Crown Point up the road to Maryville with Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, in their last possession, Chesterton did a really nice job of executing offensively. They faced a 4th and 1 from the Maryville 29-yard line. They were able to convert on that twice because the first time, about 10 yards down the field, there was a holding penalty which pushed the ball back to the original line of scrimmage. Facing a 4th and 1 again, they ran the exact same play and were successful on the second attempt as well. Then facing a 3rd and 11 from the Maryville 23-yard line, they ran an inside trap play for Garrett Lewis, who took the handoff and the ball 23 yards for a Chesterton touchdown. The extra point was good, so with about 4 minutes to go in the opening quarter, Chesterton ties the score 7-7. Then on the kickoff return, Maryville's return man was able to have an excellent return out to the 50-yard line, but on the last defender to stop him from scoring a touchdown, as he tackles him, he forces a fumble. And so Maryville turns the ball over right at midfield, but the defense came up very strong for the Pirates and was able to force a 4th and 8 punt by Chesterton. So right now there's a minute 21 to go here in the opening quarter. The score is tied 7-7. Maryville has the ball at their own 23-yard line facing a 2nd down and 6 as the waning minutes of the opening quarter are about to expire here.
Well, Reed, even in the weather conditions, you've had a very exciting game at this point with all the turnovers and things. But right now, Maryville just seems to have a little bit too much of defense on Chesterton, or do you think it's kind of balanced out?
Yeah, I think what Chesterton's been able to do is they've been able to take advantage of that aggressive front seven of the Pirates, running a couple counters, couple power plays right at the Pirates as well. And that's really kind of that's been able to get us some nice yardage for Chesterton and keep that Maryville defense kind of, very honest in their assignments. So they were able to pick up some nice chunks of yardage on that last drive. But the first drive, third drive for the Pirate defense, much better, forcing a 3-and-out on both times for the Pirate defense. So the first quarter is coming to a completion here as the last few seconds tick off, and Maryville will be facing a 4th and less than a yard here when we get quarter number 2 started off here. We'll see if Coach Teach decides to go for it on his own 28-yard line. The score is tied here, 7-7. Maryville with the ball, facing a 4th and less than 1 from inside their own 30-yard line.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update. All right, that was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Wayne, it seems like there's been a lot of exciting action here to start these games off. And speaking of another game that had some exciting action, Russell Broadacre is covering the Portage at LaPorte game, which started off as a opening kickoff return for touchdown, which in these conditions any special teams play is a huge deal. So we got Russell Broadacre with an update from Portage at LaPorte. Russell, what's going on out there?
Howdy, hey, gentlemen. So the score is still 6-0, but it's been a hard-fought battle on the defensive side of both teams, honestly. I've been seeing a lot of special teams, so, the over on punting is definitely hitting. But Doty, I want to give credit to this kid. He was from the back of the end zone after a huge sack from Portage, backing LaPorte all the way back up to about their own 5. Punted it out of the end zone to the opposing 40.
Woo!
Very under pressure. Ball looked hard to gather. It rolled a little bit. LaPorte special teams was able to gather it there, putting their defense in great position. And it was basically a 4-and-out for Portage. Just been a back and forth all day.
Yeah, it seems like you've got a hard-fought game going on here. Russell, what do you see coming by either of these teams? What is it going to take advantage here?
Well, right now it's going to just be able to capitalize on their run. They are breaking through the hole, but it's that whole run after contact. And when it's cold like it is today, it's really hard to do that. So I'm definitely seeing, the running back flinching almost to hit, and I can't blame them. So it's really just going to come down to everyone sticking to their assignment and trying to play through this weather.
Both of these teams have struggled throughout the season. This is a very important, I think, game for both of them. The winner here gets to take some momentum into the sectional, and this one is at LaPorte. So you'd have to think, okay, LaPorte has a little bit of an edge here. Do you think that's true?
I do, on the sense that they've also won a game before in the season. I know that Porter's been having a pretty rough one staff, but I think if they're able to break that streak, them being Portage, if they're able to break that streak, I think that puts them in a great head. I think that going into what they're up against next week, a win today would really kind of cinch it for their program to at least have some confidence going into the games to come.
All right, thank you, Russell. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
It is 6-0 LaPorte with 11 minutes left to go in the second quarter.
Thank you very much. That was Russell Broadacre with an update from Portage at LaPorte. We're going to go from Russell Broadacre to Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week. Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
We're off to a little bit of a crazy start here. On the opening drive, Keith Kilmer decided to go for it on his own 30 on a 4th and 4, and they made it.
Ooh.
In the next set of downs there, they had a 4th and 3 from the 40, and he opted to punt.
Oh,
so a little interesting there that he went for it deep in his own territory, but then chose to pin Andrean back. Andrean was unsuccessful on their first drive. They punted back. Lowell then had a snap go over the quarterback's head. They were put behind the 8 ball, and eventually they fumbled the ball. Scott put the ball on the ground. Andrean started on the Lowell 40. Ballantyne had a touchdown run called back. Eventually, they faced a 4th and long at the Lowell 27, a little too far for a field goal. They went for it, didn't make it. So now we go back to Lowell with the ball. They drive all the way down the field to the 1-inch line, and literally it looked like the 1-inch line. And then on 3rd down and goal, Colton Scott was stopped for a yard loss. On 4th down, they went for it with Colton Scott, and he was stymied again.
Oh, wow.
So it is still no score.
My goodness.
We are already into the second quarter of this very fast-moving game. And it looked like Lowell was going to break the ice, but 2 plays up the middle for Colton Scott without success there from inside the 2.
Wow, that's, the game is exciting, obviously. There's no two ways about that. No score, but, being down that close. Yeah, and I don't know if you know or not, did they try to run the same play, Lowell?
It was basically the same play.
Oh, geez.
So it looked very similar. Again, I will say there was an Owen Thiel sighting running the ball on that last drive.
Okay.
He did get in for a carry. And I will also tell you that Lowell has put the ball on the ground 3 times. They've recovered 2 of them themselves. So they've been a little fortunate here. And then the one that Andrean recovered, Andrean was not able to capitalize on. But again, really an interesting kind of a wacky start to this game. Andrean has tried to throw the ball a little bit here tonight. Lowell has not tried a pass yet. So Andrean is trying to go in the air with Ballantyne. And again, the touchdown run was a pretty long run for Ballantyne, but it was called back because one of the wide receivers was holding on the play. So, again, interesting start, no score here. And I think this is going to be one of those Schlag tug-of-war type of games all evening.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You got it, Ben.
All right, we'll go from Lowell to Valpo with an update from Joe Arredondo with Lake Central at Valparaiso. Joe, what's going on?
54 seconds to go in the first quarter, and Valpo has scored again. It's 14-0. Justin Clark from 1 yard out to get the Vikings the 14-point lead. Lake Central just connected on a pass to James Graham for their initial first down of the game. But now they've been called for offensive pass interference, and they're going to be going back in their own territory here. And it was a good call. You don't see it called much, but he had 2 hands on the defensive back, but the pass was way overthrown anyway. But now Lake Central's going to be backed up, and the wind is blowing, and that's been difficult to throw the ball.
Sure.
I think Cameron Reddick is a passer first, and that's not helped LC. Here in the first half, the rain has kind of subsided where it's not a factor anymore, but they're not able to throw the ball. Valpo's defense looks really, really good. You can see why the improvement from the first week when they kind of dominated Crown Point in the first half of their ball game and played so well defensively against Crown Point. You could see why they have made a lot of progress.
Good.
And they look really good.
So, Joe, where do you see the rest of this game going?
I think it's just going to be a struggle for Lake Central. I think, offensively, they got a quarterback in there that hasn't played a ton, and they're getting kind of dominated right now defensively. And I'll tell you what, Valpo has run at will against the Lake Central defense. And, you got a 6'6", 295-pound left tackle. You would think that they would be running behind him.
Right.
They have not been. Now they just coughed it up inside the 10-yard line. So Valpo is going to get the ball inside the Lake Central 10. First turnover of the night with a slippery ball came out of the quarterback Reddick's hands, and Isaac Lawbury was able to cover it for Valpo, and they're inside Lake Central's 10. Valpo has run up the middle and off right guard the majority of the time tonight. And they are running at will. I mean, they have run a couple plays to the left behind Hofer, but you would think that they would, you could play that side of the defense, but you cannot. He has not been the guy they've been running against. They have owned the center and right guard spot running the football, and Verda and Clark have both been doing it. Now Clark's back to throw. He's thrown into the end zone and overthrew his wide-open receiver, or that would have been another 6. So incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10. The ball's just outside the 10 yard line on the 11. So 14-0. Quarter just ended. 14-0 Valpo after one.
All right, thank you much, Joe. We appreciate the update. Looking forward for any updates as the score progresses.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you, Joe. We'll go from Joe Arredondo to Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City at Crown Point. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, you guys said it. Michigan City could not afford to drop the ball or make silly mistakes with turnovers, and that's exactly what's happened here. And I know I told you the last time I called in that the field conditions were less than ideal, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the Dogs because it's been all Dogs. It is currently 20-7. Since I talked to you last, there have been 2 scores. After the initial score, Michigan City started their second possession, and after a 3-and-out, punted the ball to the 37-yard line of Crown Point, and Crown Point put a nice balanced attack together, went right down the field, ended it with a 15-yard touchdown pass from Ehrlich to Gibbs for 7 points. And then on the next possession, Michigan City once again had a turnover and ended up in the Dogs' hands around the 50-yard line, in which the Buzz called a reverse to the wide-out Nick Sully, who took the ball down to the 1-yard line, and Larry Ellison finished it off for the 6 points. The point after was no good.
So the score right now is
20-7, but the Dogs, 20-0, with the Dogs on the 24-yard line of the Wolves, threatening yet again.
So really, Michigan City hasn't really threatened at all so far in the first quarter here.
Not at all. Everything they've had has been either ended in a mistake or in a turnover or a 3-and-out. They've only touched the ball 3 times. Each of them was disastrous. And again, I could see we've got a reporter down on the field covering our game on the Dog Radio app, and she said, it's slippery. The conditions aren't great. The guys are coming off and trying to put on some deeper cleats and whatnot, but it doesn't seem to be popping out of the Dogs' hands.
Very interesting. We'll see how this game goes forward. One more time, Chris, what is the score and time update, please?
20-0 with 9 minutes, 49 seconds remaining in the first half.
All right, thank you much. That is Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. And before we get to Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week, we have to take a quick break. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
Lakeshore Public Media needs your help right now. Big or small, every contribution matters as we replace outdated equipment in our radio studio. This equipment is essential to our ability to bring you all the programs you count on every day. Your donation today will help keep public radio in Northwest Indiana strong for years to come. So please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and make your gift today.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Got some couple scores rolling in here. Let's see how your favorite team's doing tonight in Week 9 of the high school football season. Starting out here with the Sacred Dunes game of the week. Michigan City on the road at Crown Point. In the second quarter, Crown Point holds a 20-0 lead. Larry Ellison has a pair of 1-yard touchdown runs, and Noah Ehrlich with a touchdown pass to Trevor Gibbs. The beef of the week is Andrean at Lowell after a scoreless first quarter. Lowell has striked first now in the second quarter, but it was on a safety. The Red Devils lead 2-0. Moving back here to the Duneland Conference, Chesterton at Maryville. In the first quarter, this one was all tied up at 7 apiece. Maryville got the scoring started on a Trey Stevens 1-yard touchdown run, and Chesterton answered on a 23-yard touchdown run by Garrett Lewis. Lake Central at Valpo. In the first quarter, it's 14-0 Valpo. Thomas Berta and Justin Clark with a touchdown run in this one. Portage at LaPorte. Lone score here was on the opening kickoff. Kelly Hay with a 75-yard return put the Slicers up 6-0, and that's currently where we stand. Hammond Central at Hanover Central. In the first quarter, Hanover Central with a 21-0 lead over the Wolves. Highland at Hobart. In the first quarter, Hobart has a 21-0 lead over the Trojans. Munster on the road at Kankakee Valley. In the second quarter, Munster holds a 14-6 lead over the Cougars. Greater South Shore play here as Calumet on the road at Westside. In the first quarter, it's 8-all in this one. Griffith on the road at Wheeler. At the end of the first quarter, Griffith has a 6-0 lead. Colton Strezzo with a 13-yard touchdown run. Bishop Knoll on the road at Boone Grove. First quarter, Boone Grove with a 15-0 lead. Mark Rowland with a 19-yard touchdown pass to Tyler Torbeson. And on that play, Rowland broke his own school record for passing yards in a season and touchdowns in a season. And the second score for the Wolves was a Rowland 20-yard touchdown run. Lake Station on the road at River Forest. In the first quarter, River Forest has a 28-0 lead. Carlos Villagomez with a 64-yard touchdown run. Aiden Silver with a 41-yard touchdown run. Turner on the defensive end with a 50-yard pick six, and Jeremiah Standstill with a 38-yard touchdown run. Morton took down East Chicago Central last night 46-2, and Tipton at Rensselaer in this first quarter. Rensselaer holds a 6-0 lead. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. That was Steve Schmidt with the Scoreboard Update. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff, and we have full phone lines here. We are jam-packed. Our first update is from Gary Graben with our Beef of the Week, Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
I can go quick on this one. We saw that Andrean stopped Lowell inside the 2-yard line, but on the very next play when Andrean took over the ball, they were tackled in the end zone. Safety for Lowell, a 2-0 Lowell over Andrean. I don't know in all my years if I've ever reported a 2-0 score, but we got one here.
Very interesting. They're doing the safety dance down in Lowell right now. So 2-0. Do you have the approximate time left in that game?
Yeah, there's about 10 minutes or so in the second quarter.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate the update. 2-0 Lowell on a safety down there. So excellent defensive battle down there. Thank you, Gary. All right, we'll go from Gary Graben to Reed Amons. Dr. Reed with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on? We're going to see, is that Dr. Reed, you there?
Yep, I'm still here, guys.
All right, good.
Maryville's last drive was an excellent drive. It was an 83-yard touchdown drive that had some really nice plays by quarterback Dante Pope. He ran a quarterback scramble for 33 yards, and that drive culminated in a 25-yard touchdown pass to John Peters. I believe Dante Pope is 4 for 4 here in the opening half of the game. Has done a really nice job navigating the offense so far. And that last touchdown score put the Pirates up 13-7. The extra point was good to make it 14-7. There's just about 4.5 minutes to go here in quarter number 2. And on the very last play, Garrett Stevens ran for a first down but fumbled. Maryville's defense recovered. So Maryville just took over the ball here. And they're going to go for the strike. They're throwing the ball deep down the field, and it's going to fall incomplete. There's 4:20 left here in quarter number 2. Maryville's got the ball and the lead 14-7 over Chesterton, and they do have the ball right at midfield at the Chesterton 43-yard line.
Dr. Reed, what does Chesterton need to do to respond to this?
Really what they've done a nice job of so far tonight is they've been running counters and traps on the inside. So really trying to play to Maryville's, aggressive defense. They're trying to keep them off balance and try to get them over pursuing to be able to run the ball. And they've done a nice job of running the ball and maintaining some clock. they did turn the ball over, which is really going to be a big thing for them. They need to make sure they hang on to the ball. So they're looking to of course, in the rain, they're trying to get turnovers and limit their own turnovers. So tonight they're doing a nice job of hanging in there. Right now it's Maryville 14, Chesterton 7, with 4:08 to go here in the second quarter, and Maryville is going to be facing a third and about a yard, less than a yard here to go in this drive.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. We're going to go from Dr. Reed Amons to Joe Arredondo with an update from Lake Central at Valparaiso. Joe Arredondo, what's going on out there?
All right, after the Lake Central fumble, Valpo, after I told you that they don't run exclusively or much at all tonight behind Matt Hofer, they took it in twice behind him inside the 10 off left tackle, and they ran into the end zone for the touchdown. It was Justin Clark's second touchdown of the night.
Wow.
This one from 3 yards away, and it is 21-0 Valpo with 7:40 to go in the first half. If you're looking for a Lake Central highlight, Owen Denny had a 60-yard punt with the wind behind him, but it pinned Valpo deep inside their own territory at 10, but they're already out to midfield.
Wow.
Now they're going to get a holding call that's going to push them back, though, so they'll be back inside their own territory. And the last time I think I told you guys that it stopped raining, it was just windy, and like the forecast said, it was going to stop raining for about a half an hour or so, and then it was going to start raining again, and it is raining again here at Viking Field.
So, Joe, what does Lake Central need to do to stop this momentum?
I think they needed to make a play on offense, and it has just not been there tonight. And it's been a little their execution, and it's been a little of Valpo's, maybe a lot of Valpo's defense. They had a nice run. Marion Brooks had a nice run, and then they were 3rd and 1, and Valpo hit him in the backfield and didn't let him get the first down. So it's been a little bit of tough execution on offense. They want to throw the ball, but it's very windy and wet. But it's been a lot of Valpo defense tonight. They kind of look like a team that won the state championship last year. That's got a lot of guys back. Yeah. It's getting ready to make another serious run in the state tournament. So, I know Coach Marshall didn't want to talk about that early in the season, but that's how they kind of look right now.
How is quarterback Clark looking? He has 2 touchdowns tonight, Joe.
Wayne, he is a big-time runner. I mean, he's one of those old-school quarterbacks. He'll pitch it to the running back sometimes, and he gets out in front and blocks. He's a big kid. And we saw it last year in the state tournament. He can run. He runs really well. He's physical as a blocker. Now, he just tried to throw a couple times, and it's not conducive to throwing, very windy and wet. And that's where he struggles a little bit, throwing the football. But they have not needed to throw the football along the way. They're just working on things, really, out here in the rain. Because he may have to throw it, in a couple weeks. But, he's a tremendous quarterback in terms of his athletic ability. He's physical. He's a great runner. And he's a great leader, I think, too. I mean, he's a tremendous leader. You saw that in the state tournament last year. He made a lot of big plays. Lake Central's defense just forced the Valpo punt. So LC is going to get the ball back with 6:40 to go after that holding penalty sent Valpo back. So LC needs a big play on offense. They need to give their defense a rest, too.
Right. All right, Joe, one more time. What is that score and time update, please?
All right, 6:40 to go first half. 21-0. Valpo over Lake Central. LC with the ball on their 39-yard line here to start this drive.
All right, thank you, Joe. We appreciate it. All right, we'll go from Joe Arredondo to Tim Hogan with an update from Griffith and Wheeler. Now, Tim, this is an exciting game for you. You're very familiar with both these teams. What's going on out there?
You are correct. I am very familiar with both these teams. I'm actually more familiar with the Wheeler team than the Griffith team, but that'll change next year. Right now it is Wheeler 7, Griffith 6,
Wow.
2 minutes left in the half.
So, Tim, how's this game going down?
Second drive from scrimmage. Griffith drove the length of the field. Colton Strezzo with the keeper, about a 15-yard run. Unfortunately, I didn't see what happened, but he hasn't gone back in at quarterback since then. So we are on our JV quarterback right now. Phil rolled the dice, went for 2, did not get the extra point. A couple back and forth, 3 and outs. Jaden Ortiz for a Wheeler, 60-yard touchdown run. Extra point was good, making it 7-6.
So where are you seeing the edge right now, Tim?
Right now, the edge is experience. Wheeler's got more seniors. They're playing like it. They look good. I watched some film on them earlier in the year, especially those first 3 games that they lost. It's an entirely different team. Okay. They are playing well together, well coached. Nick Test is a good coach. And their experience is getting on ours. As you know, we are very inexperienced.
Sure.
Tim, who was the person who ran the 60-yard TD?
Jaden Ortiz.
Jaden. Oh.
Jaden Ortiz.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Tim. Where do you see the rest of this game fleshing out? How do you see it continuing?
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be which football on which side of the field is going to get the most wet. It is pouring out here. It's a steady pour. They're trying to keep the footballs dry on each side. It's not working. We had one where the ball slipped out of Klemzak's hands into the Griffith had an interception. Didn't do anything with it. I don't think there's been any fumbles yet, though, now that I think about it. But I think it's going to come down. It's not going to stop raining. We've all seen the weather forecast, so
there ain't no missing it, Tim.
And who makes the mistake late in the game?
Right. All right. Thank you, Tim. One more time, was that score and time update, please?
It is 7-6 Wheeler over Griffith. 1:57 left in the half.
All right. Thank you very much, Tim. Give us a call at halftime there. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right. We'll go from Tim Hogan there to Gary Graben with an update from Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
Colton Scott has had a very good first half here for Lowell, mostly running between the tackles, but on a 12-yard left side end run, he was able to get to the end zone. Extra point good for Lowell. It's 9-0 Lowell.
Wow.
In the waning minutes of the first half. So 9-0 Lowell. Andrean actually, when you look at their possessions here in the first half, they started on the Lowell 40. Were not able to do anything with that. The next possession was a safety, then a punt, then over on downs. And it has not been a good offensive first half for the 59ers.
Is the fact that Andrean just can't get their offense going, or is it the fact that Lowell is adjusting so well defensively?
Well, I think this Lowell defense is aware of what Andrean's trying to do. Andrean has been trying to use – they came right out of the gate with a couple of screen passes, but even those screen passes only got a few yards. So I think Andrean knows what's happening here. They have tried a couple of deep balls, just haven't connected yet, but it just seems like this – and I've said this at other Andrean games – it just seems like the offense has just never found its rhythm this year. It just is not – and we go back to the fact that they lost so many – offensive linemen from last year's team, that it's very difficult. I mean, they have a talented running back in J.J. Bowles, but he really hasn't been able to show his skill just because he's not getting a ton of help from the line. I think, again, when you're playing on the lumpy grass field here at Lowell, it throws off some of the timing, especially on the passes, that guys have to, kind of pick their feet up through this longer grass. I know that Coach Kilmer even joked with Coach Skinner at the start of the week that he was going to turn the water on Monday to make sure the grass was nice and thick. But it's really, I think this Andrean offense is just, in spite of having a very talented quarterback, has just not found its way. And again, usually by this point in the time of the season they would have, and I think we'll talk about this more maybe after in the late hours of the show, but they drew LaVille at LaVille again this year, and you cannot go in there not clicking on all cylinders. Nope. So we can break that down later in the night. But I think this Andrean offense is struggling, and I think this experienced Lowell coaching staff knows what Andrean's trying to do, and they're able to stop it.
Yeah, we'll talk more sectionals towards the end of the night. We'll have you on as one of our final segments here, so the three of us can chat about sectionals. It's going to be very interesting, Gary, to see how this game goes forward with Andrean being a passing team versus Lowell's kind of grinding it out type game. I'm not so sure that Andrean has what it takes right now because that ball is just going to get wetter and wetter.
Well, I don't have official stats, but I'm pretty sure Lowell has not thrown a pass tonight. And I'm pretty sure that Scott is probably near 100 yards here in the first half. And Lowell is certainly winning the time of possession battle.
Sure.
So those are all things that added up. Obviously, Lowell has put the ball on the ground a few times. But again, they've been able to overcome that with their defense. So we'll see in the second half. Andrean's going to get the opening kickoff. But again, 9-0 as we head toward halftime.
All right, Gary, one more time. I'm sorry, you just said 9-0 there, leading into halftime.
Maybe you just like the way it sounded. And I'll try a lower voice. 9-0 as we head toward
I like
that.
Your voice is soothing to me and all of Northwest Indiana. So
thank you very much, Ben.
Smooth jazz thing going on. So we appreciate it, Gary. Thanks for the update.
All right, boys.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben, the best in the business, with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrean at Lowell. We have Russell Broadhacker coming after break with an update from Portage at Hobart. For right now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. A lot of these games are approaching the half, or they're at least in the second quarter, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City at Crown Point. This one is all Bulldogs tonight. Second quarter, they're up 32-0. Noah Ehrlich with a pair of touchdown passes in this one, and Larry Ellison has ran one in 3 times tonight. The beef of the week is Andrean at Lowell, and this is Lowell football weather. As at the half, they lead 9-0 behind a safety in the second quarter and Colton Scott's 12-yard touchdown run. Chesterton at Maryville in the second quarter. Maryville holds a 14-7 lead. They got the scoring started back in the first quarter behind a Trey Stevens 1-yard touchdown run. Garrett Lewis for the Trojans responded with a 23-yard touchdown run, and the Pirates went ahead on a 25-yard touchdown pass from Dante Pope to John Peters. Lake Central at Valpo in the second quarter. This one is all Vikings. They are up 21-0. Justin Clark has a pair of touchdown runs, and Thomas Berta has also punched one in. Portage at LaPorte. Last update was in the first quarter, and it happened on the opening kickoff of the game. Kelly Hay with a 75-yard return for a touchdown. Slicers are up 6-0. Hammond Central on the road at Hanover Central. In the second quarter, Hanover Central has a 28-0 lead in this one. Highland on the road at Hobart. Last update was a 21-0 lead for the Brickies in this one over the Trojans. Munster at KV. This one has just now gone to the half, and this one the Mustangs have a 21-6 lead over the Cougars. Greater South Shore play here. Calumet on the road at Westside in the second quarter. This one is tied up at 14 apiece. Giuseppe Moore has 2 touchdowns for Westside in this one, and Victor Jordan has one for the Warriors. Griffith at Wheeler. Second quarter, Wheeler with a 7-6 lead. In the first quarter, Colton Strezzo for the Panthers got the scoring started on a 13-yard touchdown run, and Jaden Ortiz for the Bearcats put them ahead on a 62-yard touchdown run. Bishop Knoll at Boone Grove. Boone Grove has a 25-0 lead in the second quarter. Mark Rowland has accounted for 3 of the 4 scores for the Wolves tonight. The lone score that he was not a part of was a Johnny Bobo's 20-yard field goal. Lake Station at River Forest in the second quarter. This one is all in, gets there, up 34-0 over Lake Station. Morton on the road at EC Central. Last night this game was played, and Morton is a winner 46-2. Benton Central is up over Bowman at the end of the third quarter, 46-6, and Rensselaer with an 8-0 lead over Tipton. Diego Hernandez-Reyes with a 50-yard scoop and score, and they also capitalize on a safety in that first quarter. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. That was Steve Schmidt with an update from our scoreboard updates. Coming out of break, we have Russell Broadhacker with an update from Portage at LaPorte. Russell, what's going on?
Howdy, hey, gentlemen. So it is still 6-0 LaPorte.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just been a run-the-ball kind of night. But you know what surprised me there towards the end of the second quarter is Portage started passing it a little bit more. They came out of the gate with some passes that went incomplete, nearly intercepted a couple times. So then they just stuck back down to their run game. They're coming alive there on like their outside sweeps and jet sweeps, getting probably about 6 or 7 yards per carry there. But yeah, they started airing out there towards the end. They got a 25-yard game off one pass. So I was surprised at the fact that the field's getting more wet, the ball's getting more wet, and they're still passing and they're completing. So I think there's still some life in this game, even though the score suggests otherwise.
So, Russell, you played football for a long time. You've watched football for a long time. Have you ever in your life seen a game where the very first opening kickoff was the only score of the game?
I got to say it's new for me, especially, to complete an entire first half. But, right now it doesn't really matter how they get the points on the board. LaPorte's currently up in the lead, and I know they're going to be working really hard to cinch that. Defensively for LaPorte, I mean, they just kind of came alive with it. I'm trying to get the name here. Malachi Washington on the defensive line is just an absolute stud. I mean, he's been a problem in Portage's quarterback and Portage's backfield the entire night. Caused a forced fumble there, and so regardless of what other teams do, they're really up against each other. What I mean by that is they're being fought in the trenches. Defensively, like I said earlier, these runs are being eaten up in the gas. Maybe 4 to 5. That's why I really like to see those outside run options to where they're starting to get a little bit more yards behind them and start to move the ball down the field.
All right. Thank you, Russell. We appreciate the update. One more time. What is that score?
It is 6-0 LaPorte. First half just ended, so we're waiting a second.
All right. Thank you much. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Portage at LaPorte. We're going to go from Russell to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, right before half, Maryville was doing a really nice job getting a kind of a long, sustained drive. They get inside the 10-yard line of Chesterton, but facing a 4th and 6 from the Chesterton 9-yard line. Coach Cease opts to go for it at that point, and the pass fell incomplete. Ooh. So Chesterton did a really nice job of stopping Maryville right before half, and then Chesterton was able to run out the clock under a minute to go before halftime. So Maryville takes a 14-7 lead into the halftime. They had a couple nice big plays, able to optimize some long yardage plays. That first touchdown run by Trace Evans was a 31-yard touchdown run. Dante Pope from the quarterback position was able to capitalize on a 33-yard rush and pickup. And then, of course, the 25-yard touchdown pass that Dante Pope had to John Peters for the 2 Maryville scores. So Maryville leads 14-7 here at halftime. There's about 10 minutes still of halftime to go here at Demery Stadium in Maryville with the Pirates on top of the Trojans, 14-7.
Dr. Reed, has Chesterton been able to do very much against Maryville's defense, or have they thrown the ball at all, Chesterton?
They really have not thrown the ball much, Wayne. In fact, in that last drive, they actually came out and threw the ball once, I think, to see if they could get anything going before running the clock out. But they really have not been able to connect on very many long passes. They've hit a couple short yardage passes out in the flats, but really nothing substantial. Most of their offenses come from Garrett Lewis running between the tackles on inside traps, a little bit of misdirection, and a couple yards picked up by quarterback McCormick. Basically on some zone read plays that he's been running with Lewis. So most of the Chesterton yards have been coming on the ground. They've done a nice job of staying out of third and really long. They have had a couple of those, but for the most part, they've been able to get positive yardage on downs 1 and 2 that have put them in a position where they've been able to run the ball and pick up some yardage and really having substantiated drives. They did have the one fumble that cut a drive short, but other than that, they've done a nice job moving the ball down the field. They just haven't been able to pick up the big touchdowns and scores up to this point. And Maryville will have the ball to start the second half, so that's another feature here. I think maybe why Coach Cease decided to go for it, not take the 3 points to end the half. He knew his offense was going to get the ball here to start the half. But Maryville on top, 14-7 here at halftime at Demery Stadium.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update. Give us a call in the third quarter.
You bet, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. And we're going to go from Maryville to Valpo with an update from Joe Arredondo with Lake Central at Valparaiso. Joe, what's going on?
All right, 56 seconds to go before halftime, and Valpo just scored again.
Wow.
We did see Andrew Elkhorn on that drive, and he does have a legit arm. He did come in. They alternated quarterbacks on that possession. They were driving into the wind here before halftime. He has an arm that can penetrate the wind here on a very windy night like tonight. He completed a couple of nice passes over the middle. Then they stayed with him after Justin Clark came in and ran a few plays. But they stayed with him near the goal line, and he had a wide-open receiver in the end zone, but he did not get the touch pass over the defender. Defender was able to jump up and knock it away. He did have a wide-open receiver. But then they stayed spread formation on offense with the passing quarterback Elkhorn in the game, spread out the formation and allowed Thomas Berta to run in from 11 yards. Yeah. For the touchdown. The extra point snap was a ground ball to the holder. He tried to pick it up and run it in. He could not make it to the end zone, so we have a 27-0 Valpo lead with 47 seconds left here in the first half. And Mr. Elkhorn looks legit, so I think that makes Valparaiso even better on offense if they have the ability to go to a young man who can pass the ball as well on a cold, terrible, rainy night where there's a lot of wind, because he zipped a couple passes over the middle for completions against the wind. And, this is one of those nights where you can tell if you have a legit arm or not with the wind, and he has one.
Sure. Yeah, Valpo looks to be really rounding into shape here, Joe.
I think so. I think they're playing their best football of the season here at the right time. Lake Central just coughed it up at the 30-yard line, and Valpo was able to recover it with 40 seconds left here in the first half. So the Vikings are going to get another crack, already up 27-0 with 40 seconds left in the first half. So that's Berta with 2 touchdown runs and Justin Clark with 2 touchdown runs tonight, and 27-0. So the Vikes are coming out on offense again. And it is Mr. Elkhorn in there again, the throwing quarterback with 40 seconds left. They haven't used, I believe, 2 of their timeouts. He is back to throw. Over the middle, got a man open, underthrew him. Incomplete at the 12-yard line.
Well, Joe...
the wind did knock that one down a little bit.
Well, Joe, it seems like Valpo's really working strong here. You may be getting a running clock and getting out of the rain here if Valpo marches down the field.
It did stop for a good half an hour, but it started again. It's just the wind too. If you got an umbrella, it's an okay night, but when the wind starts blowing your umbrella around,
sure.
Rolling left now is Elkhorn. He's got his man out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. He's out at the 17. So that was a roll left, throw left. That's one of the tougher passes that the folks have who play quarterback.
Is he a right-handed quarterback?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's a little shorter than Clark.
Okay.
Justin Clark is legit 6'3", and kind of long and lanky. He looks to be maybe 6'1" or 6'2". I would love to tell you guys who just caught that pass, but my roster is very wet. And I think if I tried to look at it, I would rip it in about 100 feet. Now we're going to have a little quarterback draw with Justin Clark back in the game. I think having the ability to alternate quarterbacks makes them just a lot more dangerous on offense.
It creates a new dynamic that they haven't had for a while, so that's pretty interesting.
Roy Richards back in the day would love having these two guys. He'd alternate them play after play.
Yeah, he would. And here's the thing about Valpo, though. This is something new that's they're showing late in the season. People don't have a lot of time to prepare for this.
No, and from what I've heard, it's just been of late where Andrew Elkhorn has been playing and throwing the ball really nice in the game. So this is just something I think that has just kind of happened here in the second part of the season, where he's become, something that they would really entertain playing, maybe meaningful minutes. And I can see why. He's got a nice arm. You're throwing bullets tonight. You've got a legit arm.
Do you remember what year he is? He's a sophomore, right?
No, he is actually a senior as well. Ben.
Oh, he is? Oh, my goodness.
Yes, he is a senior as well.
Wow. So they have a really interesting dynamic here going now.
Yes. Yeah. Cameron, the quarterback for LC, is phenomenal.
That's okay.
These guys are both. And, I kind of like the process. It doesn't look like there's any animosity there going on. We got down to 14 seconds left here. Justin Clark ran it inside the 10 to the 9. So now let's see who they go to with 14 seconds left. I kind of like the ability to bring the throwing quarterback in like they did on the last drive and spread it out.
Yeah.
They run the ball so good tonight, just run it in,
Yeah.
But Justin Clark's staying out there.
Well, we're going to stay with you, Joe. You're bringing us some good content here. You're going to tell us what's going on here.
13 seconds left. Quarterback keeper. They must have a timeout left because he's inside the 5 to the 4. Yep, final timeout for Valpo with 8 seconds left in the first half. This definitely gives Chesterton a lot more to deal with or to think about, in a couple weeks. Like you said, obviously with the weather getting worse, how much are you going to be throwing the ball if the weather's bad? Not that much, but to come in and throw it tonight when they really didn't need to, they're trying to get them obviously ready for maybe some conditions in the next few weeks where they might have to bring them in to throw the ball.
Well, I can imagine at least one game where the conditions will be perfect. So if they get to the final game of the year, they won't have to worry about weather and they'll be able to throw the ball.
Yeah, and I really, they look good. I will say, very impressive Valpo tonight. Lake Central's lacked some execution on offense. They did have a receiver open, and the throw was a little underthrown, or it could have been a touchdown. The wide receiver was a yard and a half or two behind the defender. All right, here's 3rd and goal from the 5, and it's knocked down. Andrew Elkhorn was back in the game. Defender made a great play. He jumped in front on the down and out and knocked it away. And now I think the Vikes are going to go for a field goal.
Yeah, it's really you're breaking a news story here, Joe, with this new dynamic here for the Valparaiso Vikings. This is a team that had a potent offense last year and won the state championship, and now they've added a new wrinkle and a new dimension here, and that's really exciting.
it is. I think it is because, everybody knows that Justin Clark's a great runner. He's a great leader.
Yeah.
He's a tough physical guy. But the one thing he doesn't do perfectly is throw the ball. Well, they're going to be able to load up against, eventually a team will be able to load up against your run game. But, it's going to help your run game if you bring in a guy that can throw, and as we just saw on that previous drive, spread them out and try to run the ball like that. And who knows what you could do off this. Justin Clark's a guy that they've already had one injury at running back.
Right.
He is a guy that could take the ball and the handoff and run as well, because we've seen him do that tonight just on quarterback runs. So there's more things you can do. The field goal was good. So it is 30-0 with 0.5 left here in the first half. Very impressed with Valpo tonight, and I just did drop my my rosters, guys. So
it's over.
I don't know.
It's done, so that's going to be a wad of goo here pretty quick. So Joe, we'll go ahead and call that halftime. So give us a call back if for some reason Lake Central returns this squib kick for a touchdown. But other than that, we're going to go ahead and let you go because we have a hard break to take here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
Lakeshore Public Media's brand new radio antenna has been installed, and we could use your help to learn how the signal is performing in your neck of the woods. Please take a moment and visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to let us know.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have some halftime scores starting to roll in here to the Game Night studios, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City at Crown Point at the half. Crown Point with a 32-0 lead. Noah Ehrlich with a pair of touchdown passes in this one, and Larry Ellison has 3 touchdowns on the ground. The beef of the week, Andrean at Lowell at the half. Lowell holds a 9-0 lead. They got a safety early in the second quarter, and then Colton Scott with a 12-yard touchdown run. Chesterton at Maryville at the half. Maryville with a 14-7 lead. Trey Stevens got the scoring started in the first quarter with a 1-yard touchdown run. Then Garrett Lewis for Chesterton ran one from 23 yards out. And Maryville took the lead in the second quarter on a 25-yard touchdown pass from Dante Pope to John Peters. Lake Central at Valpo. You just heard this one from Joe before the break at the half. Valpo with a 30-0 lead. Justin Clark and Thomas Berta both have 2 touchdowns on the ground. Portage at LaPorte at the half. It's 6-0 LaPorte, and that score was on the very first play from scrimmage as a 75-yard opening kickoff return by Kelly Hay was returned for the Slicers. Hammond Central on the road at Hanover Central in the second quarter. Hanover Central with a 35-0 lead over Hammond Central. Highland at Hobart. The last update was back in the first quarter, and Hobart with a 21-0 lead. Munster on the road at Kankakee Valley. At the half, Munster has a 21-6 lead over the Cougars. Moving on now to the Greater South Shore as Calumet's on the road at Westside at the half. It's all tied up at 14 apiece. Giuseppe Moore for the Cougars has 2 touchdown runs, and Victor Jordan is ran one in from the Warriors. Griffith at Wheeler at the half. Wheeler had a 7-6 lead. In the first quarter, Griffith got the scoring started on a Colton Strezzo 13-yard touchdown run, and then Jaden Ortiz for the Bearcats with a 62-yard touchdown run to put them up front. Bishop Knoll at Boone Grove at the half. Boone Grove with a 32-0 lead. This one's been all Mark Rowland tonight. He has 3 touchdowns, and he broke his own school record for passing yards in a season and touchdowns in a season. Lake Station at River Forest at the half. This one is all River Forest. It's 55-0. Aiden Silver has 4 touchdowns on the ground. Great Lakes play here. This game was actually played last night. Morton takes down East Chicago Central 46-2. Bowman Academy on the road at Benton Central. Last update was at the end of the third quarter. Benton Central with a 46-6 lead. And Tipton at Rensselaer in the first quarter was the last update, 8-0. Rensselaer had the lead. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. That was Steve Schmidt with our scoreboard update. This is Ben Kolodzinski with Wayne Svetanoff. We still have some hot action here on our phone lines. First off, we have Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hammond Central at Hanover. Kevin, what's going on?
Welcome to the Wildcat Den. Sorry I can't call in, guys. I have another microphone sitting in front of me.
We get it. We understand.
We finally get a break here, and I am happy to call in and report Hanover Central up 35-0. We will have a running clock to start the second half. Hanover Central got 5 touchdowns and 5 PATs in the first half on 5 possessions, their first 5 possessions. The last possession ended, the only possession that they had in the first half that did not result in a touchdown was a kneel-down situation. Of their 6 starting field position markers, all of them were inside Hammond Central territory. They started at the 19, 37, 20, 34, and 47. Their worst starting field position in that first half was at the Hammond Central 47. So short fields, that means that Hanover's only got 444 total yards to 50 for the Wolves. But, again, you start with short fields. That results in 5 touchdowns. Caden Barrett, 3 touchdown runs. He has a 9-yarder, a 27-yarder, a 6-yarder. Matt Coons with a touchdown pass and a touchdown run. The touchdown pass goes 8 yards to Rocco Bartolomeo, and he tacks on a 20-yard touchdown run. I mentioned that Hammond Central has 50 yards of total offense, but they've given back 68 yards in 11 penalties. So it's been really ugly for the Wolves tonight.
Sure. Kevin, did you say that Hanover has 444 total yards in the first half?
144.
Oh. I was
sorry.
like,
sorry if I misspoke. No, 144. My point being, there's not a lot of offense, but there hasn't been a lot of yards gained due to these short fields that they have had.
So it seems like Hanover's doing what Hanover does. So what are we looking forward to from a Hanover perspective for the rest of this game?
I think you're going to see the junior varsity Wildcats for the entire second half. You don't want to get anybody injured. Based on the way this Hammond Central offense looks, I don't foresee them making up that deficit with a running clock. And so you just rest your starters, and you look forward to the IHSAA Sectional 25 starting next week right here at the Wildcat Den against Calumet New Tech.
Hey, Kevin, Andrew Johnson has a question for you. Andrew, what's up?
Yeah, Kevin, I heard that Hammond Central had a 2nd and 45 on penalties. Would you mind explaining what those penalties were?
A lot of pre-snap penalties for the Wildcats. I think they had a. Sorry, did I say Hanover?
No,
a lot of pre-snap penalties for Hammond Central tonight, just mostly false starts. And, they had an offensive pass interference that didn't help. That was 15 yards there. But for the most part, it's just been pre-snap penalties. A lot of jitters, a lot of early jumps.
Kevin, Deshaun Woods, has he been a non-factor for Hammond Central?
For a second straight week, Deshaun Woods is not in action tonight. Davion Terry, the sophomore, has been getting the bulk of the carries at tailback for the Wolves.
Kevin, do you have any insight as to why he's not playing?
I do not.
Okay, we didn't either. We had kind of our ear to the ground, kind of curious why he wasn't playing. So we're just trying to see. So Kevin, anything else you want to add?
I thought that's why we keep Joe Arredondo around.
Well, Joe's in the field today.
Investigative reporting.
Yeah, Joe's in the field today, so he's got his eyes set on Valparaiso right now. So
he keeps running into HIPAA violations. These are kids we're talking about.
Right. All right, Kevin. One more time. What is that halftime score?
Halftime, Hanover Central with a 35-0 lead on the other HC, Hammond Central, and Hanover Central is going to go with their second straight undefeated regular season. Only Crown Point will be able to say the same after tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. Give us a call when this game goes final if you have an opportunity to.
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. We appreciate the updates. All right, we're going to go from Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hammond Central at Hanover Central to Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Crown Point. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's going on? We have just kicked off the second half. Crown Point 32, Wolves 0. Crown Point amassed 220 yards in the first half to Michigan City 79. Larry Ellison with 3 TDs all on the ground. He's got 98 yards on 18 carries. CP's got 5 scores on 6 possessions, and the story really is Michigan City has 3 turnovers, which have led to 3 scores. So, it's more of the same here. I think 32-0, the only downside to that for the Dogs is they would have probably liked to have gotten into a running clock for the start of the second half so that they can get their guys off the field without any injuries as the playoffs start here after this week. There were 2 scores in the second quarter leading up to the half, and one was a 1-yard Larry Ellison run, and on the next possession for the Dogs, there was a 27-yard pass from Noah Ehrlich to Seamus Molaski. And as Schmidt eloquently reported the score on the score update, 32 Crown Point, 0 Michigan City Wolves.
Yeah, eloquently? I didn't realize it.
I don't even know what that word means.
And I got to tell you, I got to give mad props to the Times Sam Beiseisen because he's making me sound good with all the stats up here.
He's doing the hard work for you, huh?
He's doing the hard work. He's doing the leg work.
So, Chris, what is Crown Point looking forward to for the second half, you figure?
I'll tell you what. So a couple of things. We have an on-field reporter who got a chance to talk to Buzz at half on the field. And one of the things we said is, Michigan City's sloppy with the ball, losing the ball, giving it up easily every time they touch it. And Crown Point is completing passes, long passes. They're getting big runs. Michigan City's got their hand on the ball, trying their best to get it out, but we're not giving it up. And they asked Buzz, what did you do getting ready for this game that has a young high school team disciplined enough to hold on the ball on a wet night? And he said, well, everybody and their mother knew that rain was coming on Friday night, so we wet the ball all week, and we practiced with a wet ball. Smart, right?
Smart.
Yeah, it is smart.
And, that's a veteran coach who's made a lot of good decisions in his coaching career, and he's made a lot of them here this week. And now the second question our reporter asked was, okay, what do you tell your team, 32-0 at the half? He says, well, we're going to keep playing. In typical Buzz style, we're going to keep playing. We're going to come out here. He goes, we would like to got into a running clock, but it's not, so we're going to get our starters out here and get us to a point where we get some other guys in and keep everybody safe and hopefully get off the field without any injuries.
Sounds good.
That sounds good, Chris.
Well, thank you, Chris. We appreciate all the updates. So one more time, what is that score at the beginning of the third quarter?
Crown Point Dogs 32, Michigan City Wolves 0 at 10:51 in the third quarter.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate the updates. That is Chris Gloff.
Take care.
Chris, thank you, Chris. This is Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Crown Point. We're going to go from Chris Gloff to Gary Graben with an update from Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
At the very end of the first half, Lowell was on the move again against Andrean, but Caden Thompson fumbled the ball at the Andrean 30, and we did go to the half with the score 9-0. Starting the third quarter here, Andrean had the ball after a good kick return. 3 completions by Scott Valentine got the Andrean 59ers inside the 10-yard line. Eventually, he connected with M.J. Jeffries, a name we haven't called this year, Scott Valentine to M.J. Jeffries from 9 yards out. The extra point was good. It is 9-7. Lowell over Andrean with 7:15 to go in the third quarter.
So it seems like Andrean has answered a little bit. They're doing it through the air. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of this game goes, considering the rain is just continuing to come.
Yeah, the rain is actually very, very light right now, and I think Andrean definitely made an intention to pass here on this last drive. They just have not had much success with the running game tonight. As we've talked about most of the season, their running game has just not been what it usually is. So I think we're going to see the ball in the air as much as Andrean can put it there. I think Lowell is going to still try to grind it out. We'll see if they go through this whole game without throwing a pass, because I think they're liking these long 6-7 minute drives that they had in the first half.
Gary, is Colton Scott had to touch the ball in the second half yet?
No, this was the first possession was Andrean.
Okay.
So, Gary, it seems like you've got a tight one there. This game's getting a little bit more binding. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
Again, it is the Lowell Red Devils 9 and the Andrean 59ers 7 with just about 7 minutes to play here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate the update.
You got it.
All right, we'll go from Gary Graben to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Well, Maryville got the ball to start the second half, and just like they ended the first half, they get the ball all the way inside the Chesterton 20-yard line, and just like they left the first half, they went for it on a fourth and about 6 yards to go to convert a first down, and for 2 consecutive drives, the Chesterton defense came up big and stopped the Pirates right at the 20-yard line, and so Maryville turned the ball over on downs. The very next play, Chesterton lined up on offense and snapped the ball over the quarterback's head in the shotgun formation, and Maryville was able to recover at just inside the 10-yard line. They ran the ball a couple times with Zacharias Johnson. He got it down to a 3rd and goal from the 1, and then quarterback Dante Pope took it in the rest of the way from there. So he was able to get a 1-yard scoring touchdown via the run to go with his earlier touchdown pass of the night. The extra point was good. That put Maryville on top 21-7. There's 6:19 to go here in the third quarter. Chesterton just converted a first down. They had the ball at midfield, trailing the Pirates 21-7.
So, Dr. Reed, this is kind of do or die right now for Chesterton. What do they need to do to keep this game close?
Yeah, they still need to possess the ball. They do need to run some clock. You know, they want to minimize the number of possessions in this game. So, need to convert certainly a touchdown here. I don't think that they would go for a field goal at this point, they being 2 touchdowns down. They are running the ball, again, another inside trap where they pick up about 6 or 7 yards on a play. They need to stay with that game plan. It has worked pretty well for them. They have to minimize the mistakes. They've had a couple turnovers tonight, putting the ball on the turf and fumbling the ball away to the Pirates. So, they're right at midfield, just past midfield on the Maryville side of midfield. They're facing a 2nd and 1. There's 5:40 to go here in quarter number 3. Maryville 21, Chesterton 7.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update.
You bet, guys. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. So, Coach, it seems like there has been a lot of action. Even for a bunch of games that are kind of lopsided, there are certain things that keep coming back and popping in. But we're seeing a theme over tonight. The field conditions and the slipperiness of the balls is creating a turnover issue for a lot of these teams.
And we talked about that earlier. We did. The idea of you turn the ball over, especially this late in the season. Both teams have to play on the wet surface. But if you're the team that keeps turning the ball over, your chances of winning are very slim.
Right. So you give the other team extra possessions. And we've noticed today that the teams that are turning the ball over frequently, they're the teams that are on the wrong end of the scoreboard right now. If you as a coach, you get a team that is, they have, say, Fumblerooski, or not Fumblerooski, but they got the fumbles, right? Or a situation where you as a basketball coach, they have the yips, they can't hit a free throw, or they're in their own head. What do you do to try to work a kid out of that?
Well, during the game, not much. That's a practice thing,
right?
And I think Coach Bazia, Chris Golf. Said they knew the rain was coming. He wet the ball all week long. That's the things that you got to do. During the game, it's tough. to make those types of adjustments. You certainly preach to the kid,
right?
Hold the ball, tuck it in when you see the hit coming. But that's just a tough thing.
It's a tough
that's
thing.
A practice thing.
Mm-hmm.
Week after week after week. If you're a team that constantly turns the ball over, you're not practicing very well during the week with that either.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of tricky here, and these teams here in Northwest Indiana, you're going to have these weather games. It's going to be an issue. You got to prepare for it. We do have an update here from Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
Following the Andrean touchdown, a big kickoff return by Nate Vujaklija. One of the hardest spelling names.
Excuse you.
Nate Vujaklija.
Okay.
He took it all the way to the 35 and was tackled with a horse collar. So down to the Andrean 20. A couple plays later, Caden Thompson with about a 12-yard touchdown run. Extra point is good. It is 16-7 Lowell. And of note, Colton Scott is on the sideline. He did not come in on that drive at all. He's not with the trainers, but he was not in on that drive at all for the Red Devils.
Interesting.
Gary, how surprised are you that Lowell is playing this way? I know they're at home, but how surprised are you that Lowell is kind of dominating Andrean here?
Well, I do think, and we talked about this in the pregame, there are horses for courses, and Lowell loves the sloppy, muddy weather. And it's interesting because, when the season ends here, Lowell is putting in a whole new athletic complex, and they are going to the synthetic turf next year.
Oh.
But you can make the argument that Lowell has really learned how to play well in these kind of situations. So even more than any of the other issues, I think the rain is something that Lowell embraces. They're not whining about, and I'm not saying that Andrean is, but they're not whining out there. They love and embrace this kind of play. It's their the junkyard dog mentality here. And I think this is what really helps Lowell in these kind of situations is when they can just grind it out with you, and it's not pretty. It's nothing that goes into the highlight reel. But in the end here, they still do enough things right without making too many critical mistakes when they're in this situation. So I think the biggest when the forecast came out for all this bad weather here tonight, I knew that would even the game a little. But I still thought when you look at the comparison stuff and how Andrean hung with Hobart and Andrean beat KV, and those were teams that Lowell did not play well against, you would think that Andrean would have had the advantage. But, again, in this sloppy, wet grass, they're doing a fine job tonight so far.
So, Gary, before we hit our hard break, I do have one question for you, and I'm going to kind of lead you into it. Have you covered at Father Eckert Field this year?
I have.
Okay, so I know this game's at Lowell, but Father Eckert Field, the last time I was there, was still a high-crowned grass turf. Is that still
it is still.
It is still. So Andrean should be somewhat familiar playing with a grass field.
Again, I go back to the image of Coach Kilmer in the game. I think it was either last year or 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, actually, because it was at Lowell, when he came out at halftime and raised his arms like summoning more rain.
Yeah.
That is really what they want. And I know these are two of the last schools, certainly of the, in Lowell's case, 4A, 5A, 6A schools. Most of those schools now have synthetic turf. I think for Andrean, there has been, without going down the rabbit hole here, the talk of whether they would build a new high school and relocate and all the stuff that goes with that. The last I heard on that's not going to happen, that they're going to stay where they are, which maybe means they can upgrade their facilities a little bit. And I would think that would mean artificial turf, but it's just interesting to see that Lowell is going to go to the artificial turf, and you can make the argument that the last 2 years they've had games they've won maybe because they had grass.
Yeah.
So, interesting debate, but I think obviously the way things are going, and the Lowell field, to be honest, when you look at this Lowell field, it's a lumpy field, and you just, for the kids' sake, you think maybe a synthetic field would be better just for safety for their legs.
Yeah, it could be.
But again, it is. You're right. These are two of the last schools hanging on to grass fields, but Lowell just seems more comfortable when the precipitation falls.
All right, thank you, Gary. One more time, was that score update?
Again, it's 16-7 Lowell. over Andrean with about 6 minutes to go here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much. That's Gary Graben with an update from Andrean at Lowell, our beef of the week. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
So one day, when I was about 10 years old, we had been playing basketball outside. My brothers were comparing the size of their biceps. And I said, look at me, I have big biceps too. And one of my brothers turned to me and said, who told you girls with muscles are beautiful?
Join us for more true stories told live. This week, muscles, welding, and mountain climbing. Stories about young women. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1. Here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. A lot of these games are in the second half now, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out, Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City on the road at Crown Point. This one is now in the third quarter, rather. It's 32-0 Crown Point. Noah Ehrlich with a pair of touchdown passes in this one, and Larry Ellison has 3 touchdowns on the ground. The beef of the week is Andrean at Lowell, rather. In the third quarter, Lowell holds a 16-7 lead over the 59ers. Second half scores here: Scott Ballantyne with a 9-yard touchdown pass to MJ Jeffries, and Caden Thompson with a touchdown run for the Red Devils to put that score at 16-7. Chesterton at Maryville. In the third quarter, Maryville with a 21-7 lead. Dante Pope ran one from 1 yard out in the second half. Lake Central at Valpo. This one is in the third quarter now, 30-0, the Vikings lead. Thomas Berta and Justin Clark with a pair of touchdown runs. Portage at LaPorte. This one is in the second half. It's still 6-0 LaPorte. Kelly Hay with a 75-yard kickoff return on the opening play of the game. Interesting stat here, courtesy of CJ Peters on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. LaPorte was held to negative 31 yards of total offense in the first half, and Portage had 135, but that score still stands at 6-0 Slicers. Hammond Central on the road at Hanover Central as we turn now to the Northwest Crossroads of the second half here. It's 35-0 Wildcats. Highland on the road at Hobart. Last update was a 21-0 lead in favor of the Brickies. That was back in the first quarter. Munster on the road at KV at the half. Munster had a 21-6 lead, but KV slowly starting to get back into this one. Munster has a 21-18 lead. Marco Castro with an 80-yard touchdown run, and Lane Zander with a touchdown in the second half for the Cougars. Calumet on the road at Westside as we turn now to the Greater South Shore. Westside just took the lead in this one, and it is 22-14 Westside. Griffith on the road at Wheeler, third quarter. Wheeler now holds a 13-6 lead. Jaden Ortiz has a pair of touchdowns in this one from 62 yards out and another one from 60. Bishop Knoll at Boone Grove. Third quarter, it's 38-0 Boone Grove. Mark Rowland had 3 scores in the first half. Johnny Bobos with a 20-yard field goal. Chad Keikos had a 11-yard touchdown run. And to open the second half, Josh Oglesby ran one from 76 yards out. That's where we stand, 38-0 Wolves. Lake Station on the road at River Forest in the second quarter. Well, this one's actually at the halftime break now. River Forest is up 55-0. Aiden Silver has 4 touchdowns on the night. Morton at EC Central last night. This game was played, and Morton is a winner 46-2 over the Cardinals. Bowman on the road at Benton Central. The last update was at the end of the third quarter, and Benton Central with a 46-6 lead. And the final game here, Tipton on the road at Rensselaer. Third quarter, Rensselaer's opened up a 20-0 lead. Stay tuned for the rest of the second half coverage here of Lakeshore Game Night. I'm Steve Schmidt.
Can I hear your Italian accent?
Well, see, if I'm going to do a real Italian accent, I'm going to break all the levels in this mic because Italians around me they're not afraid to get loud. You know, it's like a jolt of cappuccino.
I'm Brittany Luce. Why bad accents actually make a movie better. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
Some of them are worthless. Some have infinite value. And some, you'll never know how much they are worth until you have to cash them in. On the next Snap Judgment, we proudly present The Promise. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Elena Kostyuchenko recalls the moment she realized she was being lied to by Russian state media.
I read Anna Politkovskaya's article about cleansing of Chechen village by Russian soldiers. I was shocked because it appeared that television lied to me.
Her memoir, I Love Russia, and all the latest news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday here on Lakeshore Public Media.
It's been a week since Hamas militants attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000. Israel has been striking Gaza ever since, and the violence has intensified.
The Gaza Strip, the 2.3 million people are now under total siege by Israel.
The latest from the Middle East as fighting enters its second week on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
Nicole Chase went to the police to report a sex crime.
So my whole life has been flipped upside down.
Then a detective starts to question her as if she's the suspect.
Not in a million years would I have thought I was going to get a phone call telling me that I had a warrant out for my arrest.
Switching the case on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
On the next Radio Lab.
It was only with the advent of words, with the illusion that he could name the whole world, every last corner of it labeled unknown, that the unknown became the enemy, became a threat.
What do our words take from us?
After all these years looking closely at words, I've come to mistrust them.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, thank you. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We have some phone lines filled up here. We're going to start off with Russell Broadhacker with an update from LaPorte hosting Portage. Russell, what's going on?
Howdy, guys. We have entered into the fourth quarter. It is still 6-0 LaPorte.
My goodness.
Penalties on this game.
So it's been penalties that have been stalling the offense.
Yeah, so Portage threw a bomb downfield to get them into the red zone. Any pass that I've seen here in the second half has just gone right through the receiver's hands. So the saving grace for Portage was the defensive pass interference. So, again, spotted at the foul. And they're still going to the passing game. I will say that the D-backs for the Slices have been really tight on their coverage, but the receivers have been hard fought. There's a huge fight within the first 5 yards that they can break away, and they're showing enough gap for Portage's quarterback to throw those long balls. So they're really trying to chip away at it, but right now it's 4th down from the 42 for Portage.
So, Russell, you're still in line for being the first game I've ever seen in my life where the opening kickoff is the only score in the game. So, one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 6-0 LaPorte with 10 minutes left to go in the 4th.
All right, thank you very much. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Portage at LaPorte, a very interesting game indeed. We're going to go from Russell in LaPorte to Joe Arredondo with an update from Lake Central at Valpo. Joe, what's going on?
All right, guys, we've had 2 scores already in the third quarter. After Valpo got the ball to start the third quarter, they drove down the field, and it was kind of highlighted by a Justin Clark 40-yard pass inside the Lake Central 25-yard line. They did stall. They actually were lined up for a field goal from 34 and were called for a delay of game, and Coach Marshall wasn't thrilled with the fact that the refs were wiping off the ball instead of letting his team get to the line of scrimmage to snap it for the field goal. But it was a 39-yarder after the penalty, and Drayden Wilcox knocked it through barely into the wind, and that made it 33-0. Then Lake Central snapped it over the quarterback's head. Valpo got it inside the LC. Well, they got it at the 10-yard line. One play later, Justin Clark ran it in for his 3rd touchdown of the night from 9 yards away. And we are over that all-important 35-point threshold now. It is 40-0 Valpo after Wilcox added the extra point.
Wow. So, Joe, this has been all Valpo this week. Does Valpo really look strong here, or is it just LaPorte not that great?
I'm really impressed with Valpo tonight. I think I did talk to some folks here on the sideline that said that they didn't play that well last week, and as if you recall, they did struggle a little bit with Portage last week, but they have looked very sharp tonight, and they, defensively, offensively, running the football. I think they've looked very good tonight. Obviously, they get a couple weeks off before they play Chesterton. The one thing I did find out at halftime from Lake Central's side, got a chance to talk a little bit to Chase Kwiatkowski. He does have a walking boot on the right ankle. He said it's just a sprain that he expects to play in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then, of course, when I asked him about the other number 26, Xavier Williams, he said Xavier Williams is ready to go, and they just held him out tonight, and that he will be ready to play in 2 weeks against Portage.
Kind of what we suspected, right, Joe?
Joe, do you think that Valpo is going to now go with that other quarterback exclusively and take and sit Clark?
I don't, Wayne. I mean, I think that, Justin Clark, it's his job. That was a beautiful throw he just threw into the wind for a 40-yard pass play. I think that's something that they're going to use as a change of pace. Try to maybe get defenses looking for the pass and run the ball, maybe to improve their running game if it needs it when the running game is struggling. I think it just gives them something that they can dial in case Justin struggles throwing the ball. We're going to have LC get on the board here, I think. Yep, long touchdown throw for LC. Call it 79-yard touchdown pass.
Wow.
From Renfro.
Oh wow! So
that's gonna stop the clock once they add the extra point.
Well, Joe, once the running clock starts, it does not go
okay.
away. So
that's why it's still.
Yeah.
That's why it's still running.
Yeah, it's like it's an hourglass type deal. Once it starts, you flip it over and then it starts going. So, all right, Joe, one more time. What is that scoring time update, please?
Extra point is pending right now, but it is 3:10 to go in the third. Extra point is good, and it is Valparaiso 40 and Lake Central 7.
All right, thank you much, Joe. We appreciate the update. All right, we'll go from Joe Arredondo to Gary Graven with an update from Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
The 59ers have gone not quite exclusively, but mostly to the pass. So much so that in the third quarter, Scott Ballantyne had 94 yards passing. So they are airing it out. They just finished a long 15-play, 81-yard drive that took 7 minutes.
Wow.
And ended with a 13-yard touchdown pass from Ballantyne to Logan Urbanek. The extra point was good. It is 16-14 Lowell.
Wow.
With 10:10 to go in the fourth quarter.
Wow, so the passing game's starting to wake up for Andrean here the last couple drives. Do you think they have what it takes to kind of still come back, or is Lowell going to milk this away with their running game?
Well, they're not going to be able to milk all 10 minutes here, but
Right.
I think Lowell's obviously going to try to grind this out. The benefit for Andrean in the passing game is that the rain is virtually stopped. So there's a chance to get the ball in the air, assuming they still have some dry footballs hidden somewhere on the sideline. That they can use here. There's a chance here to play in a little bit of better weather to finish. As long as this lasts, you'd have to think Andrean has a chance with the passing game. They just got to find a way to stop Lowell here on this drive.
All right, Gary, we appreciate it. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, 16-14, Lowell over Andrean under the 10-minute mark now in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate the updates. That was Gary Graben with an update from our Andrean at Lowell, our beef of the week. And we're going to go from Lowell to LaPorte for an update from Russell Broadhacker, with an update from Portage at LaPorte. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So, literally, as we were hanging up the phone for my last update, Hay from LaPorte, he plays corner, got a pick six and ran it back for about 70 yards.
Woo!
So, it now puts the score 12-0 LaPorte.
Well, your history-making only score of the opening kickoff is off the board. But
yeah, it was a bracket buster for sure.
But we are definitely on pace for him being the only individual to score in this game.
Correct. And I mean, his ability to read the field as he's making those runs on the kickoff, it was hard for me to really appreciate it because the special teams were really hitting their assignments. But on when they switch sides from defense going into offense and having him run that ball, his ability to stand down the field, find that opening, and just take it to the house was fantastic. He did a wonderful run.
Yeah, it seems pretty exciting and a dynamic player. Right now, do you think Portage has what it takes to come back here?
I do not, personally. I'm seeing a lot of their passes, like even on their short little wheel routes, just not equating to anything. Their runs are getting stuffed. They're looking cold and tired. I'm cold and tired. I can't blame them.
Right. All right.
But, yeah, it's looking to be LaPorte's ball.
All right, fair enough. We appreciate that. Russell, one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 12-0 LaPorte with 9 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Portage at LaPorte. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We do have Tim Hogan on the back end with an update from Griffith at Wheeler. We'll get right to you as quickly as we can, Tim.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Got some second half scores to report here for the games around the region in week 9 of the high school football season, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City at Crown Point. Third quarter, Crown Point has now a 38-0 lead. Noah Ehrlich has 3 touchdown passes in this one to 3 different receivers, Trevor Gibbs, Seamus Molaski, and Nicholas Soley. The beef of the week this week is Andrean at Lowell, and this one is starting to become a good battle. Third quarter, Lowell with a 16-14 lead over the 59ers. Here's the second half scores. Scott Ballantyne with a pair of touchdown passes in this one to MJ Jeffries for a 9-yard score, and he had a touchdown pass to Logan Urbanik. Caden Thompson for the Red Devils ran one in. Chesterton at Maryville at the end of the third quarter. Maryville holds a 21-7 lead. Dante Pope with a touchdown pass and a touchdown run in this one for the Pirates. Lake Central at Valpo, third quarter. Valpo now has a 40-7 lead. Justin Clark has 3 touchdowns. Portage on the road at LaPorte. This one is the Kelly Hay Show. He has a 75-yard kickoff return for a touchdown and a pick 6 defensively. We stand right there, 12-0 Slicers in the fourth quarter. Hammond Central on the road at Hanover Central. Last update was a halftime score, 35-0 Wildcats. Highland on the road at Hobart. Last update was back in the first quarter. Hobart with a 21-0 lead. Munster at Kankakee Valley. This one is a back and forth game. Munster is just now retaking the lead. It's 28-24 Mustangs late in the fourth quarter. Calumet at Westside in the third quarter. This one is all knotted up at 22 apiece. This one is going to be a fun one to keep track of. Griffith at Wheeler. Last update was 21-6 Wheeler. Jaden Ortiz for the Bearcats, an 11-yard touchdown run on the night. He has 20 rushes for 239 yards. That's courtesy of the Mid-America Broadcasting Network on Twitter/X. Bishop Knoll at Boone Grove, third quarter. Boone Grove was up in this one 38-0. Josh Oglesby has the lone score in the second half on a 76-yard touchdown run. Lake Station at River Forest in the third quarter. It's 62-0 River Forest. Aiden Silver has 5 touchdowns tonight. Morton took down EC Central last night, 46-2. Benton Central is up over Bowman. Last update at the end of the third quarter was 46-6 Benton Central, and Rensselaer has a lead over Tipton in the third quarter, 20-0. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you. That was Steve Schmidt with the scoreboard update. Appreciate all of that. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff, and we have full phone lines. We're going to start off with, I think, Tim Hogan was here first. So, Tim, what's going on with an update from Griffith at Wheeler?
Right now it is 21-6 Wheeler over Griffith. 2:44 left in the game. Wheeler has a 3rd and 3 at the Griffith 4, and we just went to a timeout. Started off the second half, 7-6 halftime score. Second play from scrimmage, Jaden Ortiz went 60 yards for a touchdown to put him up 13-6. Extra point was no good. After a couple 3-and-outs on both sides, Wheeler scored again. I did not catch who scored the touchdown, though. So it was either Tyne Vetical or Bryce Compton or Jaden Ortiz. I wasn't sure. But right now it's 21-6 with 2:44 to go.
So, Tim, how do you see the rest of this game going?
They're just playing it out. Like I said, Wheeler's on the 4-yard line right now. I assume they'll kick a field goal if they don't score, which we just got a penalty flag. If they don't kick a field goal, they might just keep it down here. But this game's basically over. Griffith has struggled all night on the offensive side of the ball. They just can't get anything sustained going.
All right, fair enough. Tim, one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
21-6, Wheeler over Griffith. 2:40 left in the game.
All right, thank you much, Tim. Tim, if you have an opportunity, go ahead and give us a call when that game goes final.
I will do that.
All right, thank you much. That's
Thank
Tim
you.
Hogan with an update from Griffith at Wheeler. We're going to go from Wheeler to, I believe, Maryville with Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville picked up their third touchdown of the night of 25 yards or more. The most recent one, a 27-yard touchdown run by quarterback Dante Pope. His second rushing touchdown of the night. He also has the one throwing to John Peters. That's a 25-yard touchdown strike as well. The extra point was good by the Pirates that put Maryville on top 28-7. We are at 5 minutes and 41 seconds to go here in the game. Maryville on top 28-7. Chesterton just completed about a 35-yard pass that's going to be get them the ball first and goal from the 10-yard line, it looks like. There's an injury timeout, but 5:41 to go in the game. Maryville comfortably in the lead, 28-7. Chesterton looking, though, to cut into that lead a little bit here and make it a two-score game if they can pick up these last 10 yards on this drive.
Dr. Reed, it really looks like Deontay Pope is really in his rhythm right now. He's playing very, very well as a quarterback for Maryville.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Wayne. This is probably the best I've seen Dante Pope play this year. He's been very accurate throwing the ball, even in not the best of conditions. Windy, rain, and not particularly warm out here tonight, but he has really commanded the offense tonight. He's run the ball well. Probably has in the area of 80 yards rushing, 85 yards rushing. He's probably completing about 75% of his passes tonight. He has really done a nice job. You can see him talking to his offensive line quite a bit, his skill guys, and making sure they know where they're supposed to be going, and really done a nice job with the cadence and keeping that Chesterton defensive front a little off balance as well. So very, very good game for Pope tonight and leading the Maryville squad. And really balanced through the air and on the ground tonight. And Jacarius Johnson's done a really nice job running the ball tonight as well. He's picked up, I'd say, right around 100 yards. So very, very nice offensive night tonight for the Pirates.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Reed. One more time, what was that score and time update, please?
You bet, guys. It's Maryville on top of Chesterton, 28-7. There's 5:28 to go here in the fourth quarter. Chesterton is threatening to score, though, so I'll call you probably with the final at this point.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Dr. Reed. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton at Maryville. We're going to go from Maryville to Valpo with Joe Arredondo with an update from Lake Central at Valpo. Joe, what's going on?
All right, we had a Julian Stokes kickoff return after the Lake Central touchdown to make it 40-7. Julian Stokes took the ensuing kickoff, 95 yards, broke a few tackles in the middle of the field, and took it all the way for the touchdown. 95-yard kickoff return, so it's 47-7 Valpo with 6:20 in the clock running here in the fourth quarter. Both teams now are playing some substitutes.
Sure.
Valparaiso has had some substitutes out there, and they turned it over on downs, just trying to run the ball, and now Lake Central's got the ball back with 6:04 to go in the ball game, 47-7 Valparaiso.
So, Joe, this game is essentially all but over. At this point, you're just trying to get some of the younger players some experience. What are you looking forward to if you're Valpo for the rest of this game to see what's going on?
Well, I like their momentum. They didn't play well last week against Portage. They erased that tonight. They played very well tonight and looked a lot more focused and executed both offensively and defensively. Their defense, for all intents and purposes, could have thrown a shutout tonight. They had the one big play touchdown, 79-yard touchdown. They did have a receiver for Lake Central get behind them earlier in the game, but it was not completed. I've been impressed with both sides of the ball for them tonight. They're familiar with Chesterton, and then so we'll see them in a couple weeks. Just get healthy, get better, and keep the momentum going.
I really think too.
Yeah.
I think that Valpo, and I really like, Joe, the fact, and you've talked about this all night, that Valpo now has two quarterbacks, one who can throw, one who can run the ball. That just makes them that much more difficult to defend.
Yeah, and I talked to one of the parents here who does the chain, and he basically was telling me that last week was really the first time that Elkhorn came in like meaningful minutes. Obviously, he's come in, like he's in there now when they're running the ball here to end the game. But last week was really the first time he had come in, in a very close game. So that is obviously something that they're trying to incorporate and see if it's going to work or if it's going to fit or if it's an option that they want to stay with, here at times in the postseason.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. Go ahead.
You guys know too, as much as Justin Clark runs the ball, he is one play away from being out of the ball game anyway. So
right.
He is a big, strong guy. Don't get me wrong, but he runs the ball a lot. He takes a lot of hits. Obviously they lost their outstanding running back for the season, so that's an example of being one play away and being ready to play. So we're already down. We're way down to 3:24 here in the fourth quarter. So we'll call you back with a final.
That sounds good. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That is Joe Arredondo with an update from Lake Central at Valpo. We're going to go from Valpo to Hanover Central with an update from Kevin Driscoll with Hammond Central at Hanover Central. Kevin, what's going on?
An anticlimactic running clock second half. Really nothing new to report since the halftime report. Final score 35-0. Hanover Central improves to 9-0 on the season. That is their second consecutive undefeated season, and I was down on the field with Hanover head coach Brian Parker right after the game, and he was lamenting the fourth down play at Culver Military in 2021, where if Hanover punts, it's likely that they hold Culver Military and win that game. That would have been three consecutive undefeated winning seasons.
Right, yeah. That's right. That was a wild game.
And that's the last time Hanover Central lost a regular season game. In fact, the last time they lost a regular season home game here at the Wildcat Den was over 5 years ago. Ironically enough, the head coach of that team for Wheeler was Adam Hudak. He was on the opposing sidelines coaching the Hammond Central Wolves tonight, but really Hammond Central could not get anything going offensively. 70 yards. They had 50 at the half. They just couldn't get anything going offensively tonight. In the end, it was not a lot of offense because it was just a wet go of short fields for Hanover Central. Matt Coons throws a touchdown pass. He runs for a touchdown pass on senior night. And junior, Caden Verrett, has 3 touchdown runs on the night, including a 27-yarder. So no one hurt. Everyone largely stayed healthy. So as both of those two teams, the HCs, head into postseason play, really the only concern, of course, is Deshaun Woods. This is the second straight game he has missed for the Wolves. Hanover Central will open sectional 25 in Class 3A as the number 2 ranked team in the state, according to the AP poll, and they will host Calumet New Tech at the Wildcat Den next week.
Yeah, how do you let's look forward. We're allowed to do that as prognosticators. How do you see the draw for Hanover, and what do you see their potential hurdles that they have to overcome?
Well, it looks like it's headed for a rematch of last year's sectional final. The only difference would be that Hanover Central hosted the sectional final against West Lafayette last season. And if everything plays out according to Sagarin ratings, Hanover Central would travel to West Lafayette for a sectional final. Although it is worth noting that West Lafayette lost for a second time tonight to Hamilton Heights. That's a good Hamilton Heights team. And they also lost to Tippecanoe Valley. So you can chalk those up as 2 good losses, and certainly they are still likely the if you want to beat a man, you got to beat the man. Right. And right now, Lafayette stands in the way of sectional 25. So Hanover Central, you'd think that's a winnable game next week against Calumet New Tech. Really, the interesting one to me is Boone Grove playing host to Twin Lakes in their sectional opener on the other side. The winner of that game takes on the winner of Hanover and Calumet. Boone Grove can throw the ball around, but of course we're at that time of year where weather is everything.
Exactly.
Of course, Mark had a good night tonight, but not playing the kind of competition that they'll see in a Twin Lakes team that comes out of a pretty good Hoosier conference.
Right. All right, Kevin, thank you very much. One more time, what was that final update from Hammond Central and Hanover?
35-0 Hanover defeats Hammond Central.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. That was Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hammond Central at Hanover. Another running clock for Hanover. So, pretty exciting game there, pretty exciting season for them. But before we prognosticate a little bit here, we've got Joe Arredondo. Do we not have Joe Arredondo? Okay. Apparently we don't have Joe Arredondo. It was on our list, so I was trying to see if we needed to take him. So certain things didn't get updated here on our call log. But the Hanover Central team, they're a juggernaut right now. They look as good as anyone in Northwest Indiana, particularly against the competition they're playing against. They're just steamrolling people. That momentum's got to be a tremendous value to them right now.
Oh, yes, it definitely is. And when you look at last year's team, Coach Parker had even said he didn't think this year's team was as good. And it's just amazing how they can replenish themselves and get kids to play. I mean, Caden Verrett was, just a reserve that, got some playing time last year, and now he's turned into a star. And, of course, you've got the Matt Coons is just an outstanding athlete and an excellent quarterback. And their defense, that Colin Foy is just a man out there. So, they've replenished themselves now 2 years straight in two different conferences.
Yeah.
That's right.
And they've been undefeated in both of them.
And that's an amazing thing.
And if it wasn't for a fluke victory, and I'll call it a fluke, 2 years ago, where they were up by 28 or something, and there was a crazy, 5-score in the last 10 minutes of the game type scenario, like a complete meltdown, they would be incredibly, 3 seasons undefeated, at least regular seasons. They were that close.
Right.
And I'm exaggerating. It was maybe hyperbole that they were up by 28, but they were up by multiple scores in the last 10 minutes of a game. And they ended up coming, I think it was Culver Community. Whichever it was, but it was Culver Community, or was it military?
Military.
It was military. Okay. We cover so many games here that it's hard for us to wrap our mind around every single one of them. But Hanover Central has looked really good this year, and so very excited to see how they fare in sectionals.
I do too.
Well, right now we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and we have a lot of final scores starting to roll in now to the Game Night studios. So let's see how your favorite team did tonight in Week 9 of the high school football season. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Michigan City at Crown Point. It was all Crown Point tonight. They were victorious 38-0 over the Wolves. Noah Ehrlich and Larry Ellison both with 3 touchdowns tonight. Beef of the week, Andrean at Lowell. This one has just gone final, and Lowell's the winner tonight, 16-14. They hold on against 59ers. Scott Ballantyne had a pair of second-half touchdowns, but Caden Thompson's touchdown for the Red Devils in the third quarter was the decisive blow. Chesterton on the road at Maryville. In the fourth quarter, Maryville's opened up a 35-7 lead. Dante Pope with a touchdown run, and Javion Gill with a 79-yard touchdown run are the two scores in the second half for the Pirates. Lake Central on the road at Valpo has gone final. Valpo was a winner, 47-7. Justin Clark with 3 touchdown runs. Portage at LaPorte. This one is in the fourth quarter. LaPorte with a 12-0 lead. Kelly Hay having the game of his life. He has a 75-yard opening kickoff return for a touchdown. He has a pick 6 for a touchdown. And defensively, he has an interception. So he has 2 interceptions defensively and 1 for a touchdown. Hammond Central at Hanover Central. This one has gone final. Hanover Central is a winner tonight, picking up yet another running clock victory, 35-0 over the Wolves. Highland at Hobart. Last update was back in the first quarter, 21-0. The Brickies had the lead. Munster at KV. This one has just gone final. Munster was victorious, 28-24. KV had a good drive going there late in the fourth, but fumbled on the 4-yard line, and Munster gets the victory. Calumet at Westside. This one has been back and forth. And midway through the fourth quarter here, Westside has a 30-28 lead over Calumet. Griffith at Wheeler has gone final. Wheeler is a winner, 27-6. Jaden Ortiz had 3 touchdowns in this one. Bishop Knoll at Boone Grove. Boone Grove is a winner tonight, 45-0. They also claim the Greater South Shore Conference title. Lake Station at River Forest. River Forest is a winner tonight, 62-0. Aiden Silver with 5 touchdowns offensively, and he also had a punt return for a touchdown, just for good measure. Morton takes down EC Central. That game was played last night. It was 46-2. Morton is victorious. Last update for Bowman and Benton Central is at the end of the third quarter. Benton Central with a 46-6 lead, and Rensselaer has a 33-0 lead over Tipton in the third quarter. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
Thank you much. That was Steve Schmidt with the scoreboard update. We have some finals rolling in here right now. We've got Gary Graben with an update from Andrean at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
An exciting game down to the finish at the Inferno here. On a 4th and 9 for Andrean, Scott Ballantyne's pass to Cole Jenkins was slightly behind him, hit him on the hip. He flipped it up in the air, but it was intercepted by Lowell's Aiden Walgeruth, and that basically sealed the deal. Lowell was able to get a couple of first downs. They did face a 4th and 1, and there was a chance to tackle the quarterback from the shotgun in the backfield, but the tackler dove and missed, and he was able to get that yard for the first down, and Lowell then took a knee from there. 16-14, Lowell over Andrean, and ironically, that safety we talked about was the difference in this game.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. So a very defensive-minded battle here. Gary, in your mind, what does Andrean learn from this?
Well, I think it's still, and I know they want to play complementary football, but I think for them to have success, it is just going to have to be on Scott Ballantyne's arm and occasional legs. I just think they have tried for 9 weeks to really get everything clicking. It's not happening the way I'm sure Coach Skinner wants it to. So I think as they move into the playoffs here, it's going to be all Scott Ballantyne. He's the senior. You're going to ride him till there is no more season. And if that means a deep run or not a deep run, it's going to be because of how Scott Ballantyne plays through the rest of the playoffs here.
Sounds good, Gary. We appreciate it here. And for Lowell, what does this mean for Lowell?
Well, this is, again, the third year in a row that Lowell has had Andrean's number here in this Week 9 game. I think, again, we'll talk about this later, but Lowell has a favorable draw, and this is certainly a big boost, really the biggest win they've had in conference this year, to be able to beat Andrean. And when these kind of things, it just makes practice so much better next week coming off of this win. And again, I think we know Lowell's another one of those teams that gets better as the season goes on. We'll just see how much they can gain from this experience. But it was really quite an effort here. Their defense played quite well. We talked about their secondary was a little outsized here by these Andrean receivers, but they played quite well manning up against these guys. So I think for Lowell, it's the positive step that every coach wants going into sectional.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, hey, Gary, you've had an exciting game here. We're going to let you, kind of get settled in here and try to get home. But if you could, please give us a call at about 20 till the hour, and we'll talk some sectionals.
That sounds like an incredible plan, Ben.
All right,
incredible.
Sounds good. Drive safe.
All right, buddy.
All right, thank you much, Gary. That was Gary Graven with an update from Andrean at Lowell. We're going to go from Lowell to Wheeler with Tim Hogan. Tim, we have an update from Griffith at Wheeler. Tim, what's going on?
Oh, it's gone final here. Ortiz added another touchdown run. Final is Wheeler 27, Griffith 6.
Is that Ortiz his second touchdown or third?
I believe he had 3 tonight, if my math is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So is this really Wheeler having more experience, or is this Griffith, just kind of not playing as well today?
I think that the experience factor is huge in this one game. Wheeler definitely has more experience. Their numbers are up again this year. So I think that experience played a big part, but losing the quarterback early in the game, and I never did find out what happened to Colton Strezzo, but losing the quarterback didn't help either. No excuses being made. Wheeler was better on both sides of the ball tonight.
Yeah, that happens with leadership and seniority there. We talked to coach for Griffith a couple weeks ago, Phil Mason, yeah, and he said he's essentially playing a JV-aged team in a varsity game. And that's really tough, especially against a team like Wheeler that's got upperclassmen. And it's really, really tough for that dynamic to work.
Well, and last year, I'm not familiar. I'm not as familiar with the Griffith team as I was this year as I was last year, obviously. I don't know how many seniors they graduated, but if you only have one senior out this year, how small was your junior class last year? And that finally caught up with them this year. I think that the next 2 years are going to be very bright for the Griffith Panthers. With all this experience the junior and sophomore class is getting. So hopefully that'll bode well. And I was teasing Coach Mason last week when the draw came out, because if you guys remember, Wheeler used to draw Rensselaer every year when Coach Mason was at Wheeler. So I said some things never change.
Right. Well, yeah, that's kind of how it goes sometimes, but it takes a while to get your programs put into place, right? It takes a while for a more established situation to be able to battle with a team that is just kind of putting those building blocks back in. So I'm not particularly surprised right now, but I do know that Phil Mason is one of the best coaches in Northwest Indiana, and he's going to do a fine job building Griffith back up.
I couldn't agree more. One thing I noticed about the high school team and the coaching staff is they have stayed positive week in and week out. They are working with these kids, and like I said earlier, brighter things are in the future for the Griffith Panthers.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
And one more side note, I will tell you, I mentioned this earlier in the evening. Watching Huddle and watching the film on the Bearcats and getting ready for this game, from week 1 to week 9, they might be the most improved team in the area.
Oh, sure.
Wow.
Oh, sure.
That could be. That's right. I like what Wheeler has done with their program, and I think that, they could do some damage in their sectional.
Well, the draw seemed to go their way. Of course, I don't care what Andrean's record is. You still got to beat Andrean to win the sectional.
That's right.
And so if they can take care of this bye week, get healthy, and then go into the winner of the Bremen Bishop Knoll game, who knows what could happen for them?
Yeah, that bye week could be very, very big in this.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right.
Of course, it didn't help the Atlanta Braves or the Baltimore Orioles.
No, not at all. Not at all. We saw them struggle. So, yeah, you never know. That bye week's an interesting thing. And Tim, you're familiar with football. You're familiar with sports in general. You've been around. That sometimes being idle is not a great thing.
No. Kids lose focus, right, Tim?
All I can say is I don't like to use baseball references all the time. I know Brian Jennings likes that. But let's be honest, the Philadelphia Phillies have been playing since the end of the regular season. They didn't take any time off, and they look great. So who knows? Arizona was the same way. So we'll see what happens.
Right, that's true. That's true. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this bye week shakes out for a lot of these teams. But
hey, absolutely, especially the 5A, 6A teams, because, of course, everybody gets a bye week there. So
it kind of evens the playing field. So, all right, Tim, one more time.
We got the Bombers coming in next week, so we'll see how we play against that, and I look forward to talking to you guys next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Tim. We appreciate your updates for tonight.
All right, you take care.
All right, thank you very much. It was Tim Hogan, our correspondent for Griffith at Wheeler tonight. So we are going to do we're going to do this a little bit early here. Normally at the last segment, we do our surprises of the night. And this week we're going to do it a little segment earlier because we have some sectional talk coming in on our last segment. Wayne, what is your surprise of the night?
Well, as I look at this, I really am surprised at Munster defeating Kankakee Valley.
Yeah.
Munster, we knew all season long that they have a tremendous halfback, and he's leading the area in rushing right now.
Right.
But I didn't think that their entire team was that solid. And I was really high. I had Kankakee Valley at number 10 this week and in our poll. But for Munster to play on the road at KV and then hold on, to win, that's my surprise.
Fair enough. How
about you?
Well, I'll save mine towards the end. We'll see what some of these other folks have to say. We'll move on to Andrew Johnson. Andrew, what is your surprise of the night?
As a Munster grad, I have to agree with that one. And I got to ask you, Wayne, does this drop KV out of your top 10?
Well, that's something I'll have to think about.
No spoilers here. So, Andrew, you said the same thing?
Yeah, and I had to ask that because, Steve's sitting right here across from me, so... Got to give it to Steve.
All right. Well, speaking of Kankakee Valley, Steve, what is your surprise of the night?
Well, it was nice being in the top 10 this week. I'll just say that. Sure. Well, my surprise, not necessarily just this week, but this entire season overall, this regular season, is Wheeler. Starting out 0-3, we thought new coaching staff, new scheme, new everything to Wheeler. 0-3 start. Okay, maybe that's expected, but then to rattle off 6 straight wins in the middle of their conference schedule, and now we're starting to get some household names on their offensive side of the ball. Caleb Klimchak, their quarterback.
Right. Yeah.
Running back Jaden Ortiz, wide receiver Bryce Compton. I mean, this is a team that we got to look out for here in the playoffs, I think.
Sure. Very well could be. My surprise of the night here is the fact that Portage did not get a regular season victory this season. And I was so surprised by that because if you looked at them from week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, on into now we're in, week 9, they improved every single week. And they were right there in a lot of these games, and they just couldn't get it done. I suspect that Portage is going to be a vastly improved team next year, and my surprise is that they didn't get it done today against the Port.
You could even take that back to week 1 with them losing on that blocked field goal.
Exactly right. So we actually do have one more caller here towards the end of the night. Here we got Dr. Reed Ames with a final for Chesterton at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, that game has gone final. Maryville comes out victorious. They do pick up a late touchdown with just about a minute and a half to go in the game to set that final score at 35. Maryville 35 and Chesterton 7, final at Demery Stadium tonight.
Dr. Reed, what was the story of this game? Was this more Maryville just kind of imposing their will, or is this more Chesterton struggling? What did your eyes see?
Yeah, certainly Chesterton needed things to go right for them. They needed to take advantage of the poor weather, maybe get a turnover or two, but they lost the battle of the turnovers tonight, and that really hurt them. They did snap the ball over the quarterback's head a couple times. One was for a turnover, and one was for, I think it was a 17-yard loss. And that puts you behind the chains, and it's so hard to make up that kind of difference in kind of a sloppy night as far as weather goes. And so when you do those kinds of things and you're playing against a team that you need things to go right and you're on the road, it's just too much to overcome. Maryville did a great job really possessing the ball, owning both the offensive and defensive lines, and did a nice job up front for sure, and really spread the ball around offensively. Defensively, they got a couple turnovers. They made big plays and really prevented Chesterton from having big offensive plays throughout the night. And Maryville was able to capitalize on some big plays of their own offensively.
Dr. Reed, I'm kind of perusing here the sectional draw and things for Maryville. Now they do have the week off, but as they come back, how do you as a coach keep your kids really focused and playing well when you kind of look at your sectional? And I wouldn't think any of the other 3 teams in there really pose much of a problem for Maryville. How do you keep the kids focused?
Yeah, and I think it's twofold, Wayne. You're not necessarily playing your opponent during this time. You're playing against yourself and your best team. You need to be playing your best in the tournament because at this point it's one and done. If you lose a game from here on out, your season is over. And so right. it's that. And it doesn't matter if you're playing Maryville drew Munster. So it doesn't matter if you're playing Munster or you're playing Hammond Morton or you're playing Hammond Central, who are the other opponents in the sectional, or you're playing Carmel in the semi-state or Hamilton Southeast in the semi-state. You have to be playing against yourself and playing your best football. So that means taking care of the ball. That means not having silly turnovers or silly penalties that really put your team in a hole. So Coach Cease is very, very good. He's had tremendous success in the tournament the last several years. I think in the last 4 years he's had lost last year in the regional finals, in the regional championship, but he's had 4 consecutive sectionals, 3 trips to the semi-state, and a regional appearance as well. So he knows how to get focused out of his student athletes, and I have no doubt that he'll be prepared for Munster here in a couple weeks, and then also if they're able to get past Munster, whoever might be coming up next for them. And I know that they will not be looking ahead, that they'll be completely focused on the team at hand and really playing against themselves as far as being able to play their best football game. So that's what Coach Cease will be focusing on over the next couple weeks.
All right. Thank you much, Dr. Reed. One more time, what was the final of this game?
We had Maryville 35 and Chesterton 7. And, guys, I also wanted to say you guys were talking about the improvements that the Wheeler Bearcats have made this year. And I also wanted to give a shout-out. We talk about the skill positions there, too, but I saw earlier tonight that Jack Smith, a senior linebacker for them, is third in the area in tackles. Yeah. And, he's kind of an unsung hero on that defensive side of the ball, too. So I know he's done a great job, and Coach Testa, what a job he's done with Wheeler as well. But we want to thank you for everything you guys have done for us this season and being able to give us an avenue or a medium where we can talk about kids in Northwest Indiana and our coaching staffs and our communities. You guys do a fantastic job. We really appreciate it. We can't wait for the tournament coming up.
Thanks, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate all the updates and all the kind words. So Thank you. That is
You bet, guys.
Thank you. That is Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Chesterton and Maryville. All right, we've got one more segment to go, but before we hit there, we're going to take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
Lakeshore Public Media needs your help right now. Big or small, every contribution matters as we replace outdated equipment in our radio studio. This equipment is essential to our ability to bring you all of the programs you count on every day. Your donation today will keep public radio in Northwest Indiana strong, so please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and make your gift today.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and I have your final scores from around the region tonight. Let's see how all the teams did. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Michigan City at Crown Point. Crown Point's victorious tonight, 38-0 over the Wolves. Noah Ehrlich with 3 touchdown passes and Larry Ellison with 3 on the ground. The beef of the weekend, Drayan at Lowell has gone final, and Lowell's a winner tonight, 16-14, holding off a late charge there by the 59ers. Lowell's victorious heading into the sectional. Chesterton at Maryville. Maryville's a winner tonight, 35-7. 2 scores in the second half for them, Dante Pope and Javion Gill with touchdown runs. Lake Central at Valpo. Valpo is victorious at home tonight, 47-7. Justin Clark with 3 touchdowns on the ground. Portage at LaPorte. LaPorte's a winner tonight, 12-0, and it was the Kelly Hay show. He had 2 touchdowns tonight, a 75-yard on the opening kickoff return, and he also had a pick 6 for a touchdown in addition to another interception defensively. Hanover Central takes down Hammond Central tonight, 35-0. Hobart takes down Highland 48-0, courtesy of Greg Kraut. Appreciate those updates there. Munster at Kankakee Valley. Munster is a winner tonight, 28-24. Thanks to KV Assistant Athletic Director Bill Mueller for all the updates throughout the night there as well. Calumet at Westside is still going on, and this one is a fun battle, as in the fourth quarter, Westside holds a 30-28 lead over the Warriors. Wheeler takes down Griffith behind Jaden Ortiz's huge night. 3 touchdowns for the running back. Wheeler's a winner tonight, 27-6. Boone Grove takes down Bishop Knoll to secure the conference title in the Greater South Shore, 45-0. Mark Rowland had 3 touchdowns, and he broke his own school record for passing yards in a season and touchdowns in a season. River Forest takes down Lake Station tonight, 62-0. Aiden Silver, 5 touchdowns offensively, and he also returned a punt for a touchdown. South Central at Whiting. Whiting is the winner tonight at home, 30-8 over the Satellites. Morton took down East Chicago Central last night, 46-2. Benton Central and Bowman, last update was at the end of the third quarter with Benton Central up 46-6. And Rensselaer takes down Tipton tonight, 33-0. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. That was Steve Schmidt with the Scoreboard update. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, and we have Wayne Svetanoff here. We're going to welcome in Gary Graven. We're going to do some sectional talk here and cover what we can in the last 10, 15 minutes here of the show on the sectional draws and what we think about them here. Gary, are you there?
I am here.
It's great to hear your voice again.
It's always good to be with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate your company. So let's go ahead. Let's start with sectional 1. Let's go in numerical order as best we can here. This is the section with Portage and Lake Central. Portage drew Lake Central, and Lafayette Jeff drew Crown Point. There's some interesting things here, but I think the key game that is going to draw a lot of our attention is that Lafayette Jeff Crown Point game.
Well, you have to think that Crown Point is going to be laser focused. Last year when they went undefeated, it was a game against Lafayette Jeff that ended their season prematurely. So this year, they're not going to be taking anybody lightly. They're going to be focused. And I really think this game is at Crown Point. I really think Crown Point will be ready this year.
I agree. I totally agree, Gary. I think that, Crown Point's on a roll. They're playing well. Their defense is outstanding. And then you got a kid like Larry Ellison in there. And Ehrlich, Noah has really come on late in the season. He transferred in from Hobart, and he made a difference early, but really towards the end of the season, he's really improved.
I think it's so impressive, too, that you come into a new system, and he's starting game 1, but still learning as the season goes on. And I think that's a credit, obviously, to the coaching staff, too, but to him for being able to apply himself, learn a different offense, and command different players than he did last year.
Right.
So moving on to sectional 9, a couple games that don't have a huge amount of intrigue with this, at least to me. You've got Munster and Maryville, and then you have Hammond Morton and Hammond Central, the battle for Hammond. That's a bit of a rivalry game. I know, Gary, you're pretty familiar with rivalry, the Hammond complex, the rivalry there. What are your thoughts about that game?
Well, that's, obviously Morton put a hurting on Hammond Central a couple of weeks ago. And these are schools, that now that Hammond is a 2 public school town, there's a lot of chirping between the 2 schools.
Sure.
And I think Hammond Central will not forget that they had the wood laid to them in that game. But I just think Morton has too many players, too many athletes. If they are healthy, they have a lot of players that can do a lot of good things on the field. For both these teams, one of the problems all season has been penalties, fumbles, mistakes. These are the things that really prevent these teams from being talked about as a potential sectional winner. But against each other, Morton, even though this game is going to be at Hammond Central, Morton, I think, still has the edge and still will use that edge to defeat Hammond Central there.
Gary, if Morton wins and Maryville wins, do you see that Morton has a possibility of staying with and maybe beating Maryville?
Well, I think that would require, and we've talked about this often when you're the underdog, it would require the clean game. Can you play a game without turnovers, and can you generate a few turnovers? I mean, it's not, if they play 7 times, Maryville's probably going to win 5 or 6 of the times, but I think Morton would win 1 out of 7. So if it's that night where everything's clicking, Maryville makes a few mistakes, again, the game is going to be at Morton, so there's one advantage there for the Governors. But I think, again, it's going to have to be the perfect storm for Morton, but not impossible. It's just, again, as Dr. Reed was just talking about, Brad Cease, this isn't his first rodeo. He knows how to prepare teams. And he knows that this is going to be a game that you better make sure your kids aren't overlooking as they go here. So likely, no. Possible, I would say yes.
Sure. All right, we'll move on to sectional 10 here. We've got Michigan City and LaPorte, and then Valparaiso at Chesterton. These are 2 proximity rivals here. This could be a fun little sectional here.
It certainly drew out that the rivals got each other in this sectional. And I think you're the one who can speak to this more. I mean, when Valpo plays Chesterton, I don't think people are worrying about whether the records are such and such. I think there are other issues in play there.
Yes. There is one road that separates Chesterton and Valparaiso. It's that State Road 6 there. And these kids know each other.
Yes,
they've played Little League against each other. They've played AAU together. This is a heck of a rivalry game, and I always had a little extra excitement when I was playing Chesterton as a Valpo player.
And Valpo is on the road at Chesterton, and Chesterton has played well at home this year. Their record doesn't show it, but boy, if you ask coaches that had to play them, they would tell you they're close.
Right.
They have some weapons, too. I mean, Chesterton certainly has some weapons if they're healthy. It seems like they have a lot of players always dinged up, but Garrett Lewis, when he is healthy, is quite the hoss there for them. And I just think, again, it's similar to the Morton story. Is Chesterton favored? No. But again, if things go right, if there are certain situations that present themselves, Chesterton could be in that game.
Absolutely. Let's move on from there. Let's go to sectional 17. We're getting into the 4As now. This is a game where I believe the championship is being played in the first week. And I'll read the other games off before we get to this game. We've got Gary Westside and Kankakee Valley, East Chicago and Highland, Culver Military and Lowell, and then of course you have Hobart and New Prairie playing in the first round of the unseeded IHSAA football playoffs.
That's a loaded question, the way you just stated that. You're looking for trouble.
So here's the thing. If the IHSAA seeded these, Hobart and New Prairie would be on complete opposite sides of this bracket. Gary Westside has at least an argument to say that they could, claim one of those top, spots. But Hobart and New Prairie, whoever wins that game is probably going to win this sectional. And it's just really rough when you have all of these good quality teams and you're going to put them together in the first week. It's just a shame.
Well, they were going to play them in week 1, week 2, or week 3.
Yeah, I guess.
Is the bottom line. And so it is week 1. I think, again, home field may be important here because this game is at New Prairie. If you look at things like the Sagarin ratings, these teams are really close together. So, again, It's going to come down to fewest mistakes, playing your kind of football, imposing your will.
Yep.
But that New Prairie team, and you have a connection there, obviously, with Coach.
Right.
That New Prairie team has a lot of weapons there.
They do.
Hobart's been able to score, but they give up points this year. Obviously not tonight, but in other weeks they've given up a significant amount of points. I think that's where Hobart's going to have to play better defense in that game to come out victorious.
It's an interesting thing this year. So the last few years, New Prairie has had an all-world running back in Noah Mungia, and he's been an excellent player for New Prairie. A couple weeks ago, New Prairie defeated South Bend St. Joe, who was undefeated and ranked in the top 5 in the state in 4A. And I texted Coach, who's a buddy of mine, said, "Congratulations, great victory." And he was disappointed. He's like, "Oh, we only ran for 75 yards." I said, "Okay, well, you won by 4 touchdowns." Like, "Oh, yeah, we set a record for the most passing yards that we've ever had in a game." I said, "But you're disappointed about that?" He's like, "It's safer to run the ball, right? You look at a day like today, right?" So, anytime you have this type of weather circumstance, you can't really rely on throwing the ball, and that's what they've been doing more this year. It'll be very interesting to see how Hobart, who is known for having kind of a balanced offense, in my opinion, how they'll match up. I'm not quite as familiar with New Prairie's defense, but New Prairie's been a strong program. They finished the year as state runner-ups last year, and I think they match up pretty well with Hobart. I think this is going to be a heck of a game.
Wayne, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I think Lowell was the team that had the most beneficial draw here. They've got Culver Military at home, and then if Highland beats East Chicago, they would have Highland at home.
I totally agree with you. I really do. And, Lowell put on a show for us tonight. If I was a betting man, I would probably pick Andrean. Lowell's defense really stood out tonight. They're getting better. Now, the question is, do they match with Hobart and New Prairie in the other brackets?
Right.
Right, and obviously that game would more than likely be at Hobart or New Prairie too.
Right.
But at least getting through to the sectionals here, I think it's something. By the way, I love when you mentioned if you were a betting man, you would make certain picks. On a scale of 9 to 10, your picks are a 9, Wayne.
Oh, a 9.
You can think about that on your drive home.
Think about that. All right, we're running out of a little bit of time here. We're going to just kind of highlight some of the things. Let's just, I will pick one game out of each of the remaining sectionals, and we'll talk about how those are going to work out. Sectional 25 is Twin Lakes and Boone Grove. You got Calumet and Hanover Central. You've got River Forest and West Lafayette. You got Rensselaer at Griffith. It appears to me that Twin Lakes and Boone Grove is going to be a pretty tight game. What do you think, Wayne?
I really think so. But as I look at this, since we're doing this quickly here, I think the best game might be Boone Grove and Hanover Central, because you got two quarterbacks, Matt DeKuntz and Mark Rowland.
Yeah. You're looking ahead.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah,
but
that'd
then
be a great
you got
matchup.
West Lafayette at the bottom.
Right, which is always a tough program, for sure.
Well, let me look even further ahead, because I believe Hanover and West Lafayette are on the collision course here. They played last year. West Lafayette got the better of Hanover. This year, again, you can't say for sure, but it looks like that game would be at West Lafayette this year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, that's what it appears.
A little bit of a tougher role for Hanover. We know they've been cruising even with their entrance here into the new conference, but it's hard not to peek ahead and see two of the top teams in 3A meeting in a sectional.
Right.
All right, let's move on to sectional 26. So we've got Jimtown and Fairfield, South Bend Clay and John Glenn, Knox at 8-0 versus Lakeland, another tough draw for a good team, and Mishawaka Marion and West Noble. Let's talk about Knox since they're our local team. They got their work cut out for them. Lakeland's a good team.
They're a good team, and if they win that one, West Noble's undefeated. So, that's a tough bracket.
That is a tough
bracket for them.
There's a lot of talent there for sure. What are you thinking about that one?
I think, again, Coach Rackey's done an incredible job. I didn't hear a score from them tonight. Did we have a score for them or not?
No, I don't think we did.
I don't think we had the Knox score, but, had an impressive season here through the regular season.
Right, for sure. Undefeated to this point. And Russ Rackey's a heck of a coach down there, so he knows what he's doing. So we'll move on to sectional 33. We've got Bremen at 4-4. We got Hammond Knoll at 2-6. We got Andrain at 3-5 versus LaVille at 7-1. We got Lake Station at 2-6 and Whiting at 2-6. We've covered almost all of these teams this year, but we're going to go ahead and talk about what I think could be the most explosive game and the most impactful for Northwest Indiana. Can Andrain pull the upset on LaVille?
You can make your argument again here for the seeding, because clearly this draw was not anywhere close to what it would be as a seeded draw.
Right.
I think two things. Andrain was at LaVille last year and actually handled them in that game. It's going to be a more difficult game this year. Our guy Gary Schultz will be there covering that for us next week. But look at Wheeler. Wheeler has a bye, and then the winner of Bremen Bishop Knoll, which is definitely going to be a winnable game for Wheeler. So Wheeler has a good chance to make that sectional final.
Yeah, and I really think that the Andrain-LaVille game, Andrain doesn't impress me as much as they did last year. I know that Coach Skinner likes to pad his schedule with tough teams for this reason, in the sectional and get better. I'm not sure that helps him this year. I think that LaVille is a very dominant team down in that sectional 33.
Absolutely. So we'll move on to sectional 34. We've got Winnemac and Lafayette Central Catholic. We've got Benton Central and Seeger. And we've got Delphi and Lewis Cass. So, not a lot of teams that we covered too much, but we do have Winnemac there. Winnemac is a relatively local team. And, they have a really tough matchup there with Lafayette Central Catholic.
Well, the Tippecanoe Underground still says that Lafayette Catholic is the power team here. And they usually are. But I think they have a pretty good draw here. If they get by Winnemac, I think they're going to be in pretty good shape as they move forward.
Right.
All right, and we're running out of time. We're down to our last minute here, but we're going to go ahead and go cover sectional 41 real quick. We've got Bowman Academy at South Central, Pioneer at North Judson, Triton at North Newton, and Culver at South Central. There's a lot of talent here, a lot of teams that have a lot of success recently. Not so much this year, but this will be an interesting one.
Another great game for week one is Pioneer at North Judson.
Right.
I'll leave it at that as we run out of time here.
I agree.
I agree. All right, folks, we're gonna wrap here real quick. My name is Ben Kolodzinski. This is Wayne Svetanoff. I want to thank my crew. I want to thank our listeners. I want to thank everybody who's interacted with us on social media. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here one final time for Week 9 of the high school football season. Let's see how your favorite team did tonight. Starting out in the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Crown Point takes down Michigan City tonight 38-0. In the beef of the week, Lowell takes down Andrean, holding off a late second half comeback 16-14. Maryville takes down Chesterton tonight 35-7. Valpo takes down Lake Central 47-7. LaPorte behind Kelly Hayes' big day 12-0. The Slicers are victorious over Portage. Hanover Central takes down Hammond Central tonight at home 35-0. Hobart downs Highland 48-0. Kankakee Valley, Munster defeats Kankakee Valley tonight 28-24. Westside holds on to beat Calumet 30-28. Wheeler takes down Griffith 27-6. Boone Grove's a winner tonight over Bishop Knoll 45-0. River Forest dominated over Lake Station tonight 62-0. River Forest defeats South Central at home 30-8. Yesterday, Morton defeated East Chicago Central 46-2. And Rensselaer takes down Tipton 33-0. Week 9 is in the books, the regular season is in the books, and we'll talk to you next week for the opening week of the sectional.